Let me know when you hit the button. Let me know when we're going live to
I
the
hit the
people at
button.
home.
I hit the
You
button.
hit the
We should
button.
be. I think we're going live right now, Jamie.
Oh my
Oh
goodness.
my god! That was one thing actually. So one of the things I was sitting there thinking about the Offspring songs and all that, and I was like, oh yeah, maybe this is one of my favorite bands. And then they stopped playing for a little bit, and they start doing that like on stage banter, and it was
Yeah.
so cringy that I'm like, maybe top five, maybe top five.
Yeah,
It was really
I haven't
bad.
listened to them in years. Maybe I'll go back and listen to some of the earlier songs.
Yeah. Well, so
Yeah,
okay, so
that
they
good.
played that like that slower song, right? The Heaven's So Far Away.
Hmm.
Now that you've gone, and then like they bring the mood down. They go to they cut to black. They fade to black. It's a little bit like solemn, and then they immediately come right on back with "My friend's got a girlfriend and he hates that
Tonal
bitch."
shift.
It's like
Wild
this is
tonal
fucking
shift.
crazy, but like the whole stadium just like roars that opening line out, loses their minds, and then the next like half hour is just them playing out like all the hits, like back to back
Yeah.
to back. It was fucking great.
Hello there, fine people in the chat. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a fine Sunday. Yes, no Jaws this week. So we were originally going to do Jaws last week, and then things got in the way of doing that. So Jaws will be on the table. We will return to Jaws. We will cover that before the summer is through. That you can rely on,
Yeah.
especially because we'll talk about it today, but I'm getting less and less interested in seeing any new movies in the theater. So we will still be talking about movies, but we'll probably be talking more and more about older ones like Jaws. We will get to Jaws. No Jaws this week. This week, we're going to talk about Supermans. We're going to talk about the Supermans, and we're going to be talking about, as the title implies, the future of not only James Gunn's new DCU venture, but also comic book and superhero movies in general, and just movies as a whole. Where are we
Yeah.
going? What's happening with movies? So we're not going to do a big, full chronological breakdown of the entire plot of Superman because many other channels have already done that sort of thing. For example, the EFAP breakdown of Superman I found quite enjoyable. If you want a thorough review of the plot beat by beat, that would be a good place to do it. We'll talk about the movie from a bird's eye view, so to speak, today. But yeah, we're just taking a bird's eye view of everything, the current media filmmaking landscape. And we're going to talk about it. So I hope you're having a good time. I hope you got, if you're like me, you're drinking a nice summer lemon shandy on a nice hot summer day, ready to talk about some movies. How you doing, Hugh?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good, Jamie. It's been a fun weekend. I went to see The Offspring yesterday, and at that concert, I learned that maybe kindness is the new punk rock. You know, maybe that's what it's all about, is being kind, and civic virtue is actually punk and hardcore. Actually,
So hardcore, dude.
yeah. It was funny because the guitarist in he was wearing an arm like a patch on one of his sleeves, and it had a swastika on it. And at first I was like, I'm sorry, what are we doing here?
That's
What is
unironically pretty punk rock, though.
this? Yeah, like unironically, like this is pretty sick. It was only after some thorough squinting that I noticed that it had a very thin like little red, like one of those like no smoking or no parking signs
Yes.
through it, but it was set diagonally along the bar of the swastika, if you will,
So
to
it
the
was
point
hard
where
to
it
actually
was
read
really
from a
difficult to
distance.
tell that it was a
That's
no
pretty funny.
Nazis. Um,
Oh, so we're anti. Okay,
I was like,
got it.
oh, that's what. Okay. Let me put. I'm cool with it. Let me just put this stuff away over here. Like I brought some, just in case, just in case.
You know what it reminds me of? I don't know if you saw that meme a while ago, where someone was talking about like reading. There's a pretty famous history book about the rise and fall of the Third Reich that has a big swastika on the cover, and they was talking about like reading it on the train, but like shaking your head no every few seconds so people know that you disagree.
Yeah,
Anywho,
yeah. I see what you're saying. Hold on, let me pull us down. Okay, I was like, wait, where are the? You sent me the message about the Discord buttons. I was like, where? I was like,
yes, I
oh,
see
those
them
little
on the
things. Yeah,
bottom of
yeah,
the thing, and
yeah.
it
Okay,
is bothering my OCD brain.
okay.
Jaws has
Here we go.
incredible character writing. You must. It does,
It
and
does.
we
I love
will.
Jaws.
You can.
Jaws is one
Jaws
of the
is.
few movies that I've gone time and time again to see in a theater, and always had a really, really good time with it.
Yeah, Jaws is an incredible, incredible film. One of the best Hollywood blockbusters ever made. So we will certainly be talking about that. Don't you worry. Silvermania says, "Hey fellas, unrelated, but would you consider checking out the 2003 Peter Pan film along with the eventual episode on Hook? It's much better than the Disney film. 2003 Peter Pan. Have I heard of this? Googling. I have not heard of this. It's got Jason Isaacs as Captain Hook, though. That's fun. I like him.
Oh, nice.
I haven't seen it, but I'd be interested in checking that out. Why not? Like I said, eventually we will be covering Hook. That is a must. We have to.
Yeah,
we have to watch Hook.
I would like to see that. I've never seen that movie.
Hook gets horrible reviews, arguably for no reason. So we have to talk about it. We have to rescue the reputation of Hook from the jaws of poor criticism. We'll do that eventually. Yes, hello, all the fine people in the chat. This is peak cinema for people who haven't seen a good film before. You know what? I think there's some truth to that, Joshua Fiddler. I think there's some truth to that. So, okay, a couple things before we jump into our, overall broad thoughts on the new Superman's film. The praise I've seen for this film is near identical to what people praised about the terrible new Superman cartoon. It's not like Snyder, so that means it's great. Well, I can't speak to the newest Superman cartoon, but there is certainly a decent chunk of people who are just happy that this isn't like Man of Steel again. And to a very small degree, I count myself among them.
Same.
I think,
yeah, I will say I enjoyed this more than I enjoyed Man of Steel.
Yes, and that's because I hate Man of Steel, and I didn't hate with a capital H this movie. We'll talk all about it in a second, but yes, it's a low bar. Because I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I think Man of Steel is a crime against the American spirit, and I really can't stand that movie. So, despite how dumb this movie is, in many respects, it makes Superman not like explicitly genocidal, for example, and I think that's an improvement.
Able to leap Zack Snyder's cinematic bar by a single bound, like most folks, I would say.
Well, wouldn't be hard to do. Yes, though I will say, there are little tiny points of praise that I will actually give Man of Steel over this movie. The music, I think Hans Zimmer's score is better than the lame regurgitation of the John Williams score that we get in this movie. There you go, I said it. Couple more things before we jump into the overview. Capital O, please address this growing madness from the younger viewers saying they won't watch movies beyond a certain time period. Reasons expressed are older movies being too slow or not woke enough. Well, let's take that one by one. Let's start with the slowness, right? Older movies are slower. I mean, there's just no way around that. But learning to appreciate them is good, and it's good for your brain, the same way that, learning to like and appreciate reading is good for your brain and your attention span. It is good to expand your capacity to pay attention and not be stimulated constantly by everything around you. So, to the younger folks, I don't know if we have many Zoomers or younger in our audience. Probably not. But do it. Just watch older movies. They are good. You just have to pay attention. Just turn your phone off for a little bit, so you're not tempted to pick it up while you're watching.
Start with ones that are like maybe an hour and a half, and then build to it. You got to. It's a little bit like distance running. You
don't need to jump into Barry Lyndon. Barry Lyndon's a 3-hour movie. It's an incredible movie. That has a 50th anniversary this year as well, which is the reason it's on the mind. But you don't need to start with Barry Lyndon. You don't need to start with Lawrence of Arabia. You can build up to these things. But yeah. So I mean, the movies were slower back then, and certainly there are more things competing for our attention all the time these days, and it has certainly not done wonders for people's attention spans. And so, if they struggle, that's unfortunate, but we gotta just push through. You gotta just embrace the struggle and watch older movies.
What's interesting
is it's your loss if you don't. That's what I would say.
What's interesting too is that I've heard that not just from younger people, but also from older people who seem to think that, like, runtime is equals bad. Now, I have complained myself about, movies being too long. Yeah, if your
Well,
movie is 3 hours long, you're asking a lot to have me,
well, you got to earn it.
you got to
Yeah.
earn it. But here's another thing that you can do that I think we should bring back more, right? Intermissions. Let's just do that.
Yes.
Like, why?
I'm
Why?
looking
I
at you,
don't.
Marty.
Yeah,
Hey,
looking at you,
Marty.
Marty Scorsese. Intermissions would be great. Like, we can just put those back in
Yeah.
there. It's fine. The Lord of the Rings extended edition DVDs just like automatically build in intermissions, and that means that you can break
Yeah.
it down nicely and have like a 6-day watch instead of trying to cram it all into one sitting if you don't have the time, and you
Yeah.
still get a nice, you know, a nice little
Satisfying experience for
satisfying
each part.
experience.
Yeah.
And it's really, if you think about it, not all that much different than when you sit down and binge the entire release of Stranger Things on the first day. So,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah. Well,
maybe
so
just
then
try it that.
I would say one of the reasons I specified that older movies are slower and not older movies are longer is because a lot of modern movies have been getting longer and longer and longer. There's plenty of data to back that up in terms of the most popular movies each year. Runtimes have been going up pretty steadily over the past 10, 15 years, if not longer, right? So movies are getting longer, like these, like Superman, I think was over 2 hours. Some of these comic book movies are like 2.5 hours long. When it's something like Infinity War or Endgame, when it's 2.5 hours long, it's like, okay, I get it. You have so much to cover and so many characters. No, but a lot of movies, like, they do not earn the runtime, but that doesn't mean necessarily that they're actually slower. I feel like they try to cram in bullshit to keep you engaged, like they have an action scene every 20 minutes or something like that, usually a pretty shitty one or something like that. They, like, they're not actually slow paced necessarily, but they're longer and full of nonsense. If that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like, you don't get to sit with a scene of two characters talking in a room with like really meaningfully things said for a long period of time as frequently anymore, but somehow movies will still be longer. Like, one example, recent example, is the live action reboot of Lilo and Stitch. Correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it's longer than the original, but they cut a lot of stuff out also. It's
So, sort of
yeah,
like the
it's
Snyder Cut.
let's see, Lilo and Stitch 2025, it's an hour 48. Lilo and Stitch original.
Hour 25.
Yeah,
So they added
exactly.
20 minutes of runtime, took stuff out, um,
And
and somehow
shortened
made it
scenes
longer.
and like really kind of like cut whole sections out of scenes that were super important and meaningful to those scenes and how they function in the story, and just kind of clipped things out of it so they can add a bunch of bullshit nonsense on top of it. So it's longer and less meaningful and less dense in terms of like what's actually being accomplished narratively. So it's kind of the worst of both worlds. So if we were trying to convince a younger person, hey, you should watch this older movie, and they're like, old movies are slow. And it's like, yes, well, this is actually shorter than Thunderbolts. It is shorter. You spend less time watching it. You just got to have a little bit of patience. It'll be worth it, trust me. And if you're struggling to convince a younger person to watch older movies, start with the ones that are unambiguously amazing, so they'll have no excuse. You start there. Don't start with some of the ones. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
um. Yeah. So let's see. Intermissions. Intermission is too much to ask for people who don't want to watch a movie and move on with their day. What? No, I
Yeah,
don't think I agree with that unless you're being sarcastic.
I'm
No.
sure. I'm sure there's sarcasm dripping from that comment. Yeah, because what does it fit, like a 5-minute break? Get up,
Hmm.
stretch, run to
Yeah.
take a piss, take a piss, and get back to your seat. Like, I mean, I don't know. Seems like we could easily incorporate that back in, and a lot of movies have pretty easy and you know natural breaking points. Just
Yeah,
give it
kind of hard to avoid them in any story. You know
give
what
it
I
a
mean?
pause. Yeah, everybody's pausing everything. It's like, oh wait, pause this. I need to go grab another drink. People like if you're engaged, people do it all the time.
Yes.
So yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Anywho, I think we can jump into
Then put beer vending machines in movie theaters. That's my
yes. Yeah. I mean, I always bring beers into movie theaters because I don't feel like paying the exorbitant prices.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like to go
But-
to the Alamo Draft House because they usually, especially with like big releases, will have themed beverages. So the bartender is making like Krypton coolers, which are like these blue raspberry vodka lemonades. And you know what?
It sounds like it could be pretty good. Yeah.
Pretty fun. It's a pretty fun experience when you get in there and it's like, oh, here's the Smallville hot chicken wrap. Like, oh, I see what you did there.
That's funny. The theater I go to is just an AMC. I actually sometimes I think they do have themed drinks, but it doesn't have the same appeal as like a smaller indie theater might. There was the theater, the Parkway in Baltimore, which you'll remember, Hugh.
Yeah.
Were you there when I saw The Shining on film?
I was.
You were there. I thought so.
I was.
And they had like red rum punch that they were selling.
That was great.
Yeah, that was some good shit.
Yeah, man, that's
Anyway.
a shame. That place isn't open anymore.
Yeah.
COVID
R.I.P.
killed that one. COVID and the neighborhood in Baltimore that it is in. You know what? Actually, now that I think about it, North Avenue probably had more to do. Yet another victim claimed by North Avenue in Baltimore.
Yeah. Not a fun place to be, folks. For those who haven't been there, you don't have to go. It's okay. So, Hugh, we're not gonna, like I said before, we're not gonna do a full big old chronological breakdown of the entire plot of the movie. We're gonna take more of a bird's eye view of the film and the current film and media landscape in general. But we should probably start with how you felt about Superman 2025, the first feature film in the new DCU from everyone's favorite James Gunn.
James Gunn's Superman, a James Gunn film.
It honestly should have been called that.
Yes.
I feel like that communicates what it is quite clearly.
Anyway,
what did you think of it, Hugh?
I didn't love it, but it sure wasn't on my list of worst superhero movies that I've ever seen. I had fun with it. There was things that I liked. The writing is real bad. There's no two ways about that. The writing is shit. There's conveniences and character assassinations sprinkled throughout, but at the same time, like there's a couple of actors that I really enjoyed who were having fun with the movie. Everybody seemed like they were having a good time. And I came out of it being like, well, that's about what I expected. The more that I hear the online discourse about it, it seems that really the two main responses tend to be it's either one of the worst things that's ever been put to film, or it is actually the greatest thing that's ever been made, actually maybe ever.
One of the best comic book movies ever. It was like a comic book come to life. It elicited tears of joy.
I creamed my pants when all the Browns chanted Superman and he saved them from Israel. Yes.
Oh.
There's a lot of that going around, and my overall response has been to just be like, I don't care. It was I didn't hate it. I didn't love it. I won't be seeing it again. I wouldn't recommend it if you're a big Superman fan, but it is what it is, and I think it's going to make a lot of money, and I think that means that it is here to stay. I think we should all have a moment of silence here for Matt Reeves' The Batman and its potential sequels, because James Gunn I believe we've talked about this before. James Gunn reportedly absolutely hates that movie.
That is a rumor.
Yeah,
but I have heard it from multiple people who have worked with him personally and who didn't really seem like they had any reason to lie about it. They have told me that he's just not a fan of Matt Reeves as the Batman or of the Penguin. So the speculation goes that provided that his new DCU enterprise goes as well as he hopes it will, he will get to do his own Batman the way he sees fit. And he won't really want Matt Reeves as the Batman causing any brand confusion or stepping on what he wants to do with Batman. So whether the Batman 2, comes to fruition or not, kind of depends on how this movie does. Now, you mentioned that you think that this movie will make a buttload of money. I think there's reason to be a bit more skeptical of how much money, or I guess less optimistic, I guess you could say, about how much money this is going to make. But we'll talk about that in a minute. Yeah, I didn't like this movie very much at all. Like I said, I didn't hate it, but I found it profoundly lame in many respects. I don't think the writing is very good, aside from a couple jokes and a couple tiny little character moments. I thought, the plot was hot garbage. I thought the world building is this is not how I would have advised he go about trying to build a cinematic universe. I think there's a whole bunch of problems.
Like right from minute fucking one, there are a lot of questions that I have regarding this. Yeah, how this all fits into a coherent cinematic universe, a world.
Well, it doesn't. I think there's no way it can. Essentially, first of all, I mean, I'm happy to let cinematic universes die for a while. Either way, so like, you know what I mean. If I were, I don't know, if I were playing an advisory role with what Warner Brothers does with DC, I would be like, look, just do a whole bunch of disconnected stuff, because that's been some of your best performing films in recent years. Like Joker, the Batman did pretty well. Obviously, Aquaman did fucking gangbusters, but not really because it was connected to Affleck, Batman, and Henry Cavill, Superman. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Aquaman was basically just its own gonzo, wacky, standalone thing that did really well in China. So, just do a bunch of standalone stuff. That's what I would have advised, because I think the fad of cinematic universes has kind of passed. But there was some reason to be like, well, if we're starting from scratch, learning what we learned about what absolutely doesn't work from the DCEU, and what has worked and hasn't worked from Marvel, maybe we can start from scratch and actually build things up slowly and work towards something that actually does manage to cohere together. We're off to a bad start if that's the plan. For a whole bunch of reasons.
Yeah, well,
I would say there's so many things introduced in this movie that just go, really? We're going to have to account for all of this in every future movie going forward? I mean, I won't have to because I won't be watching, but other people who care will.
Yeah.
No, so the world building, only really problematic. Well, not only, but largely problematic, because we're going to try to build a whole franchise of interconnected stories off of this cornerstone. And I think you're going to have a rough time doing that. Character work, I would say, is thin at best. I was not a big fan
at best, and disastrous at worst to it. One character in particular that comes to mind.
I assume you're talking about Jorel.
I sure am.
Yeah, we'll talk about that. But yeah, I thought basically, and then thematically, like puddle deep, this movie. Whereas I think the themes and sort of moral message and symbolism happening in Zack Snyder's Man of Steel is actually kind of noxious and headache-inducing. The themes in this movie are kind of like, yeah, I mean, I guess that's all you got. It's just like vague liberal platitudes about doing good and being good, and about how being human is good. And I'm like, great, cool. I mean, I'm being a little hyperbolic here, but not a lot, I'm afraid. I will get into this whole kindness is punk rock thing, because that was my biggest annoyance of the movie, of all things. But the real thing for me is Superman, because we talked about, 3 weeks ago, we talked about the 1978 Superman with Christopher Reeves. I don't think the plot of that movie is especially good by any means, but how they characterize Superman, not just through his performance, but in the writing and the dialogue, and especially how he's going around saving people and interacting with Lois Lane, is fucking perfect. for what I expect and want Superman to be. He's admirable and heroic, and he's like very well composed, and he's rather mature and selfless and all that sort of stuff. He is a bastion of integrity and all that sort of stuff. He is a paragon of virtue. And that's sort of what I want out of Superman. You know, his name is practically Ubermensch. You kind of expect him to be the height of what a person and human being is capable of. And I think to all the people who think that if he's not perfect, but, you know, a paragon of virtue in many respects, that's boring and you can't write stories around that. I think that's just a failure of imagination and a lack of skill. I think obviously you can tell stories about heroic paragon type characters. You can tell stories about the knights of old and all that sort of fun stuff. And I think this movie took great pains to try to bring him down a little bit and make him more flawed and quote unquote relatable. A lot of people seem to have vibed with that. They like the idea of a more relatable, less perfect Superman who's got more flaws and stuff like that. That's not what I want out of Superman. I think it's kind of a letdown that James Gunn chose to take him in this direction. And I would provide as evidence for this claim scenes like where he's talking to Lois and he's being asked very obvious, basic questions that anyone would have asked about his actions,
that
and
he's getting really himself, and he's getting that very, he should have asked himself. Yeah.
And he's getting very, very annoyed at the mere thought of being questioned about it. I'm like, oh, I don't admire that in the slightest.
When he comes in very cocky to that interview, right? Like he's basically just like, yes. Oh, I could answer any question. You know, if anybody wanted to, like, I thought for, you know, at first when I saw that scene in the trailer, I was like, oh, does he not expect that this is how this is going to go? Like, does she, you know, come into it and start pressing very hard out of nowhere and like throw him off a little bit? Is that what we're doing? No, he sets it up as like, you can grill me as hard as you want, I won't break at all, and then he immediately breaks as soon as a single basic question is asked of like, hey, did you consider what the implications might be for you flying in here and involving yourself in international affairs?
His heroism and his desire to do good is very naive to a degree that I would expect better from Superman. That, you know, he has this like, well, I stopped a war. It's that simple. Ugh, why is everyone asking me all these questions? It's like, dude, relax. First of all, the person asking you these questions is someone you love, right? You could be a little more patient. You should have thought of these questions yourself. For one, you should be able to handle and compose yourself better. You should have better answers to these questions. But like, I don't know, there are a lot of things like that. There's another example where he is shown to be, he cares a lot about humans, obviously, but life in general. Like when there's a giant kaiju attacking the city, he takes time out of his busy schedule to go save a squirrel. And, you know, it's like, oh, how nice. He saved the squirrel.
I liked that. See, I like that part. I'm like, oh, okay. Like, well, he even saves a squirrel. Wow, that he cares that much. And then what is it, like the immediate next scene?
It's not very long after that he just chooses to let the people who he was criticizing for being reckless and not really caring about property damage and civilian casualties and all that sort of stuff like that handle another giant monster that's fighting the city. He doesn't even care. It's like, they got it. Who cares? It's just like, oh.
I'm in my feels, man. I'm in my feels. give me
like, yeah, but I don't, you know, I'm not impressed by, and I don't really admire him.
Buy that would be the response there. Right?
First, those things I think they're just contradictory. But if you try to imagine that a person could be both of those things, they're not exactly a paragon of virtue, I would say. And then when it comes to like the final closing arguments, if you will, and sort of the themes of the story, it really just any interesting nuance or complexity about what it actually means to act as a good person with the amount of power and influence and, you know, reach that Superman does. We tease complexity only to go, haha, it was actually super simple the whole time. For example, there is two fictional countries in the movie, as many of you listening will know. One of them, is it Barovia?
Barovia, something like that, yeah.
Something like that.
Something vaguely Russian.
It's very Russian coded. I believe someone said that the actor is speaking Serbian at one point, but it's
Damn Serbs.
it's
It's
very
always them.
it's very Russia coded when we do see. God, I'm gonna get this name wrong. Is it Boravia?
Barovia, right? Isn't that
Boravia.
Baravia?
Yes. Okay. It is Boravia. When we see it in the film, it has those giant Russian cathedral, like the bulbous tops. You know what I mean? Like, so it's obviously Russia coded, right? Anyway, the Eastern European whites are invading the diverse collection of Indian
Browns.
coded browns, Jamalapur or something like that. Anyway,
Yeah. Something vaguely
and so
Indian sounding.
yes, and so that's the conflict that he prevents. He stops them from invading, and then Lois Lane and others are like, okay, but you acted unilaterally, and Boravia is America's ally. Did you think about what the consequences of this might be? And he's like, oh gosh, just leave me alone. He's being like that about it, which is quite fun. And so the film kind of teases a sort of complexity there, like, at least on the surface, maybe this seems like a simple thing. You're preventing war, you're preventing people from dying. That's an obviously right thing to do, even if you did it unilaterally, right? But you could have a story in which that creates more unintended consequences, and Superman has to develop a more nuanced perspective about how to handle these sort of things, right? Whether it means not acting unilaterally or taking or having a more informed perspective about the conflict and why it's happening, and blah 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 blah. There's a lot of things you could do to make it more complex while still having him try to be the best person he can possibly be. But then by the end of the movie, it's like, no, he was totally right, because Bravia is totally corrupt and doing this for purely evil reasons, and the other people are obviously innocent. So Superman was right the whole time. It's like, yeah, this is worthless. This is just worthless as far as like social or political commentary or even themes. It's puddle deep, I would say. And that's my big problem with the movie. The plot is in shambles. The plot is a giant plate of spaghetti on the ground. But when it comes to the themes and stuff like that, I don't really feel like the film has very much of value to say about what it actually means to be heroic, what it actually means to be virtuous, what it actually means to have hope and stuff like that. There is the veneer of a general sort of positivity and optimism that certainly Man of Steel and a lot of other of the later DCEU movies lacked, but it doesn't run deep enough. It doesn't have teeth. It's not going to really sink in the way like a really, really good story of heroism just kind of like gets absorbed into a person's life, like the heroes of the Lord of the Rings might, or even Star Wars to a lesser degree. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's not one of those stories. I think the shelf life on this movie, despite its glowing reviews from many people, and despite how the general attitude of like, comic book movies are back, baby, I just don't think this really goes deep enough to really grab people or to have a lasting impact on the culture. I think it's the sort of like, well, at least it wasn't cynical and miserable.
And
And
at
you go,
least it
yeah,
didn't
at
involve a
least
scene
it
of
wasn't that.
Superman genociding the last of the Kryptonians, Like that's
Yeah.
that's basically
Yeah.
where it is. And I think that the issue, right? So I've seen a couple comments talking about how like people are predicting that it won't even clear, it needs $1 billion to be profitable. It needs 700,000 for them to pretend that it has made some money and was successful. It won't clear 300. I hate to break it to you, if that's it, it already has. It's already cleared 400 million. And I
Wait, it hasn't cleared 400 million yet, has it?
yeah, it has. It's what everyone's saying. Over 400 million
Okay.
as of
I guess
today.
they haven't updated Box Office Mojo yet. It's still listed at 337, but
Yeah,
I can believe it. Anyway,
yeah.
but
So
okay, so let's
it's already as thin as it is, and I agree with everything that you just said. Right, as thin as it is,
yeah.
I think people are just sort of eating it up right now, and I think that
Yeah.
I think I agree. Like the shelf life, right, is going to be very low, right? It's
Yeah.
not going to last the test of time the way like even Superman 1978, regardless of how how the problems that I take with its plot, right?
Yeah.
That
That is stood the test of time because it handled the
because of,
character of
yeah,
Superman. Yeah.
yes,
And it actually did have, as like kind of silly and a little cartoonish as the 78 movie is in terms of what it means to be a hero. I feel like the movie actually has deeper things to say about that, as evidenced by the things that, Superman does in that movie and how Clark Kent handles himself, right? Like
absolutely.
how Christopher Reeve handles himself in the role. I feel like he is a much better role model and example to look up to in terms of being a good person than Superman in this film. I mean, we could talk all about the actors and all the other things that are superficially good, or the things that I think not superficially, but you know what I mean. The other aspects of the movie that are quite good. I think a lot of the performances are pretty good overall. I don't like the way the movie looks. I think it's rather kind of like
Gonzo.
Gonzo and
Gonzo James
gaudy.
Gunn. Yeah. It reminded me a lot of like the new 52 comics. I don't know if you ever tried to dive
I
into
have not.
those.
No.
They kind of took a tact of updating a bunch of art styles to make them much more strange and colorful. I think they were really playing up on the idea that this is like a world full of aliens and all of that. So it reminded me a little bit of something of that, which I didn't hate it, but it also doesn't feel like Superman. It doesn't feel like
Yeah,
this is the way you should be shooting a Superman movie.
yeah, I
Like
agree with
a
that.
Justice
I
Gang
really do.
movie. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know,
So a couple things we talked a little bit about the box office. There's been comments about it. If the reports today are accurate and it's cleared 400 million, that's obviously it's on its way. So let's talk briefly about the budget and the performance, because this will be relevant to conversations about the future of the DCU and also films in general, right? Um, there's the question of how much money it needs to make to break even, and the question of how much money it needs to make for this to be considered the success they were hoping for, right?
yeah,
Obviously, they're chasing $1 billion. They've been chasing that dragon for years now, right? Because, ever since, Infinity War made like 2 billion and Endgame made 2 billion, you know what I mean? That's kind of like what they're hoping for every time they make one of these movies. They haven't hit that in a while. Obviously, the film was not so expensive that it needs to make $1 billion. The reported budget is 225 million, right? There's been some, people have claimed that it's actually more than that. There's been arguments about that. We'll just go with 225 million, right? I've also seen update estimates of how much the marketing cost that say only 100 million, and my thought is, yeah, fucking right. This movie has been advertised like a ton. There's been so much marketing and advertising for this movie. I would be surprised if it's only 100 million. But whatever it is, let's say it actually is just those estimates, right? It's 225 plus 100, that's 325, and then you divide it by 0.60 because they get roughly 60% of the box office earnings minimum. The movie needs to make like 542 million dollars to break even. It's probably quite a bit more than that. I agree with people who say that it's probably closer to like 6 or 7, somewhere in that range in terms of what it actually needs to break even, right?
yeah.
So you were saying earlier that you thought it's like definitely going to make a butt ton of money. I am not so sure. I
You
think
might,
it.
yeah, you might be right about that. I hadn't actually checked the numbers. All that I was really basing that off of was how every, almost every, let's call them normie that I interact with, um,
Mhm.
has been singing the praises of this movie, talking about how they need to go see it. They got to go watch it. They're going to take all their friends and everything. The hype around the movie and all of the positive word of mouth that I'm hearing, go for it. It's like I wouldn't call the reviews mixed. You know, almost
Yeah.
everything like in our
Oh yeah.
circles.
It's been
Yeah,
very positive broadly. Yeah.
yeah. So I feel like this is one of those ones that's just gonna carry through. Like people are gonna like really ride the hype train on this, and or at least that's my sense of it. But then again, it did fall off 50%, right? Like from one weekend to the next, according
Was
to
that
the
the number,
estimates.
50%?
50 or 54 or something like that. Yeah. So
That's actually not terribly high. I mean, that's not a huge drop off. Like some of the worst drop offs ever for like total flops have been much higher than that. So
well, yeah, I mean, like
that's
Doctor Strange 2, right? That dropped off almost 70 in its second weekend.
yeah. So it
So,
can be much worse. I think something like don't quote me on this, but I think something like 80 is like some of the worst they've ever had. You know what I mean?
yeah.
So it's always going to drop off a bit. 50, I think, is actually somewhat normal. And the reviews, like you've said, have been pretty positive. There's an open question about how many people still care about Superman or superhero movies in general, right? There's the ever present question about superhero fatigue. I am inclined to agree with people who think that it's more of a mediocre to bad movie
Yeah.
fatigue
Yeah.
than it is strictly Superman. Though I do think there will naturally be, if there hasn't been already, a decline in interest in superheroes in general. You know, depending on how long it takes, right?
Yeah.
I think that is happening to a degree. I think it's a bit of both, but mostly it's just because so many of them have been hot garbage. So I think this movie will eventually, but when it's all said and done, it will have made a profit. But I don't think the profit will be the resounding success they hoped it would be. You know,
Yeah.
I don't think it's cracking a billion.
No,
That would
that
obviously
would
be a massive
surprise me
success.
if it does over 1 billion.
Yeah. Before we lose it, we have a super chat from Spartan156. Thank you very much. It says, I, for one, welcome our Kryptonian overlords, and I'm looking forward to Desperate Housewives of Superman. Yeah. You know, it's funny you say that because this movie does this weird thing, right? Obviously, there's a big reveal of what Jor-El's intended
Yeah.
purpose, you know, in mind that he had in mind when he sent Kal-El here was that he wanted him to rule over Earth and have a
Well,
harem of women and spread his seed.
let's talk about that message real quick because I see Jegs and Vohes in the chat saying I've seen people who defend this say it's like live action version of the Superman the Animated Series cartoon. So let's talk
It
about
is
this
not.
message here.
It is
Because I just watched the first episode of the Superman Animated Series cartoon before jumping on the stream here.
pretty good,
And
right?
it's it's pretty goddamn good. Written by Paul Dini. He's a legend amongst comic book and especially DC character writing. He wrote the Batman Arkham Asylum and Arkham City video games, which I think are pretty solidly handled for what they are. And I think he did a lot of the Batman the Animated Series, which is great. And Jor-El's character is the primary focus of Superman the Animated Series Episode 1. So the message that Jor-El sends Superman in this one, which I'm sure many of you already are well aware, in the first half says, you will need to serve humanity. You'll need to be a leader for them and, help them see the best in themselves. And you'll need to, defend them, protect them, work with them, everything like that, right? The message cuts off, and for, however many
Because it
years...
was damaged upon impact.
Damaged upon impact, and for 30 years, they have not been able to piece out whatever the fuck that last jarbled section of message is. But the first half has always been comforting to Kal-El, and he listens to it on repeat, and that's sort of formed his worldview. At one point in this movie, when Lex Luthor and his bioengineered nanobot bad actress shows up, she plugs into his computer and is practically immediately able to just unscramble the jarbled message and reveals that actually Jor-El's plan was for Clark to arrive, rule over humanity with a mighty iron fist, and destroy all who stood in his path and opposed him.
Rule without mercy.
Rule without mercy. Take many, many wives. Spread your
that
seed.
Yeah.
Ensure that a race of Krypton Earthling hybrids lives on and carries on your legacy. That is wild. The movie just, and the EFAP argument, I overheard this because I really wanted to hear what they had to say about it. The movie just asserts that this is blanketly true. Like, while I was sitting there watching it, I was like, well, this got to be fake, right? Like, there's no way that that's actually what the second half of that message was. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Even when you play it, like, there's that weird little jump, and then, obviously there's a different voiceover
It's
that translates
totally
it.
different in tone and tenor,
Yeah.
yes, from the advice he was giving him beforehand.
Yeah, and they go,
Yeah.
oh, well,
And so- and
all
I-
our best linguists have analyzed it, and they're 100% sure they wouldn't say, they wouldn't say it if they weren't sure. It's like, how the fuck?
Experts would never lie, Hugh.
Experts
okay?
would never tell you that this came from anywhere.
Yeah, so yes, you, I think, and many people naturally assumed, okay, well, this is obviously a fake, that Lex Luthor created. He can create whole pocket universes. He can do a deep fake, right? It seems like an obvious thing,
Yeah.
especially if as Lex does, that like they've never been able to descramble this message, so you could just make up whatever you wanted. So everyone just sort of confirms.
Well, my thought too
in
was
the
just
movie,
like, who the fuck? They all know he's Kryptonian. Who the fuck speaks Kryptonian that they can translate this? Like, who did they go to? Supergirl? Did they get her to fucking transcribe it out? Wouldn't she know?
I don't. Let's move past that, right? A lot of people assumed that this is naturally a fake message, right? And so I think it's clear that in an initial draft, it wasn't confirmed quite so many times that no, this is definitely real. It's definitely real. Don't think this is fake, because in the final film, this is said so many times. I think they pointed out on the fact that one of them is an ADR line trying to be like uber confirming it, so you can't possibly think it's fake. And yet, even still, many people did assume it was fake, such that in an interview somewhere, James Gunn was responding to the idea that it was fake, like, no, it's real. Like, he's frustrated. But it's like, James, everyone assumes it's fake because it's crazy.
Yeah.
And it's like, anyway, so what is there to say about this? I guess
first
the first
of all,
thing
it's a firm, easy assassination of Jor-El's character. He is unironically evil. The way that they've set it up.
It's certainly a drastic change. Jorel is basically evil, or hyper callous in this version, to say the very least. I mean, but like, he even says "rule without mercy." It's like, oof, yeah. Yeah, I mean,
he
doesn't
directly
even
in the face of the "you're there to serve them" line from literally like 30 seconds before in this fucking message.
So he's basically evil. The short version is he's evil. That's obviously a big change. A lot of people who like Jor-El as a character and wanted this to be faithful aren't happy about that change, because there are many other things that are basically in keeping with how things normally are in Superman. But the big change here is that Jor-El's evil now. A lot of people not happy about that for obvious reasons. When I heard it, I was like, okay, there is like a glimmer of an interesting idea here, right? And basically the interesting idea here is exploring, like, okay, his father says, like, I'm going to send you to Earth, because there are good people there, but, you need to show them the light and you should rule over them. If he didn't say, and rule without mercy and kill everyone who disobeys you, like, if he left out that part, right, and just said, like, and one day you'll rule over them, you could have an interesting sort of debate about whether Superman actually wants to do that or not. And the more interesting thing to do, and this is relevant to the super chat that was said earlier, when he said, I welcome our Kryptonian overlords and I'm looking forward to Desperate Housewives of Superman. I think what this movie pretends just simply wouldn't be the case. If Superman was a generally beloved figure who, as the movie implies, whose only real haters are slave monkeys typing on computers in a pocket dimension, hating on him on Twitter all day, everyone else seems to generally like him. If everyone liked him and thought him to be heroic, if he was characterized a bit more like Christopher Reeve in the 78 movie, I think a lot of people, maybe not a majority, but there would be a sizable contingent of people who would want him to be king. Because he's basically all powerful by human standards.
Well, I mean, think about what happened. Like, we were just talking about John Adams, right? Like, there were people who wanted George Washington to be king, right?
Yeah,
like,
because they weren't even.
You get that beautiful American story parallel if Clark has to turn this down, right? He turns it down and goes, no, I'm not going to do that. No, that's not what I'm here for.
That's not what I'm here for. I don't care if that's what my dad wanted for me. I don't care if that's what some people want. But what this movie does is, as soon as everyone finds out that he is supposedly going to rule them, everyone immediately turns on Superman. I'm
Some
just
guy
like,
throws
really?
a fucking tin can at his head. It's just like you just watched him beat up a giant fucking monster, like to save
Yeah.
you. He saved a squirrel from being squished by a monster. You
Mhm.
hear this guy, this like bald loser, this bald dude on TV being like, actually, like, you think anybody in the Midwest is believing some Dr. Fauci scientist on TV
Well,
being like, this alien came here to fuck your wives? Like,
if Lex Luthor is an Elon Musk type figure to a degree, like an Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos type figure, a lot of people would just not believe that when
Yeah.
it's said on the news anyway. First of all, I think a lot of people wouldn't believe it. Really, if Superman was just like, this isn't true, this is a fabrication, most people would just go, oh, okay. Yeah, that makes more sense. You know? The other thing is, why the fuck does Superman believe it?
yeah.
Why does he believe this?
Well, because Mr. Terrific says, I'm sorry, man. There's no way that message is fake.
Yeah,
Twice.
Scientific experts would never lie to us. It's definitely real. And Superman just goes, oh, I guess it is. That's unfortunate. Fuck. Anyway, but yeah, you could have an interesting story about, whether someone with Superman's power and Superman's virtues should actually be the ruler of humanity or Earth or America, let's say. That would be interesting, actually, because I think a lot of people would want that if Superman was characterized as a paragon of virtue. People would be like, well, why can't he be king?
Yeah.
How long does Superman live for? It's not really addressed in this, but like,
I don't know, man. So here's the Georgius Rex points this out, like I was trying to, right? It's like, you believe the superpowered alien who can burn you with his eyes is out to take over the Earth, right? And is here, like, you've just found out a message that is like, the message says, hey, kill anyone who opposes you and rule without mercy. You believe this to be true, and you throw a beer can at the back of his head.
Everyone just starts getting out their prefabricated protest signs to go join the No Kings protest. And it's like, well, wouldn't you be more scared of Superman in this instance than like obviously angry and going out into the street and yelling at him and throwing tin cans at him? Wouldn't you kind of like shudder in fear? Wouldn't that be a more striking image anyway? Of like Superman's trying to be like, no, I'm here to help, and everyone's like afraid of him, like, get away from me, Superman. I don't know. I just feel like if you're going to make Jorel, well, I wouldn't have made him evil. I would have made him like, oh, you're going to go to Earth and you're going to be a good person. You're going to serve them and you're going to rule over them as a sort of like noble king, as a Mufasa type figure.
Yeah.
Like if that's what Jorel was calling for, then Jorel wouldn't be evil. He would just have, a very different idea than what a modern American wants in leadership and all that sort of fun stuff. But as is, you've made him evil, and then also everyone's reaction to it also doesn't make sense. So it's just like, well, this is just a waste of what maybe potential there was here. And as a result, and it's such a small part of the movie, all things considered. It's like mostly not about this.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, and then he has a Karen meltdown over where the dog has been hidden.
Where's my dog?
Where's the dog?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so that part, that was probably the part that I found most egregious.
Kal-El, you must come inside.
Kal-El, no.
Kal-El, yes.
Kal-El, yes. That was probably the most egregious point in the writing that I found. I think like the glaring issue for me. Otherwise, a lot of it is just like really lazy conveniences and bad, just dumb. Bad connective tissue. Do you disagree?
No, I agree with you. I was just saying I threw in the word dumb.
Oh yeah,
I was adding
dumb, lazy. I mean, like, God, the metamorpho, the metamorpho bit in the prison is atrocious. Like, there's no way of getting around that. Like, it's like, that's really really shitty. The 300 years ago, metahumans have been around for 300 years, but we have no framework for integrating them into the way our geopolitics works for some reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
That's
that.
the world building, a lot
Yeah.
of that comes from starting in the middle of the action with Superman, like not doing the origin story, starting him out at he's already been, on the world stage for about 30 years. And so it's like, oh, well, then the world needs to reflect that. If metahumans have been here for 300 years and Superman has been a figure for 30 years,
3. He's been a figure for 3. He landed 30 years
30 years
ago.
ago. Oh,
And then
okay.
he
Okay.
came
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
He
Right.
came
Because he
out
did.
as a superhero 3 years ago.
Yeah.
And he's never lost a battle in all those 3 years, even though kryptonite exists and has been destroyed. So
And
kryptonite has
also,
been, has come, has gone, and there's none left, apparently, anywhere on Earth.
the other thing is he's never lost a battle in those 3 years, but then the first battle we see him lose is to someone who's being remote operated by someone who's physically calling out their moves.
Yes.
Like
Yeah.
that's so stupid. Anyway, okay, let's take a step back, right? And the overview of the movie, not very well written. I think the world building does not lend itself well to building an entire interconnected universe on top of this, but that is nonetheless what they're going to do. We talked about the box office a little bit. I think it will make just enough money that they won't get scared and try to abandon all the plans that they have for the DCU. I think they're going to push ahead. They're going to keep James Gunn, let him keep doing what he's doing. They might be a little more hesitant to greenlight the things that won't have the obvious broad appeal that Superman has, but I think a lot of his plans and vision for the DCU will be allowed to just move forward, right? He'll get to make his Batman movie. He'll get to do Supergirl because, generally speaking, people responded positively to her brief inclusion at the end of the movie. Yada, yada. I don't think they'll give him a blank check to do whatever he wants for 10 years, but at least for the next couple projects, until he has like a major flop, what he wants to do is going to come to fruition. I think that's pretty safe to say, unless something changes with the box office and in like it doesn't break 500 million. That would be kind of shocking at this rate, but if that were to happen, they might radically rethink some things. But I think mostly the DCU will keep moving forward until it has its first flop, and then they might actually rethink things. So what does that mean
until
for
Clayface?
So is Clayface going to be a theatrically released film?
That's what it seems like.
Okay.
It seems like it's going Superman, Supergirl, Clayface.
Yeah, basically every decision he's making, I go, why? I guess is Clayface an Elseworlds thing?
I don't know what is that.
That means like the official name for it. It's not technically in the DCU. It's like a separate thing.
No, I haven't. Okay,
I've heard mixed things on that. Who knows? Someone might know in the chat. But yeah, some odd decisions. Certainly, some very odd decisions in this movie. Like one thing I definitely wanted to talk about briefly was the general like off-color tone of this movie, considering it's aimed at such a wide audience, including younger people. It just has James Gunn's sort of irreverent and like, all the talk about a harem, you know what I mean? Like it's focused on a lot, the harem line. And there are things like that where I'm just like, oh, these are some off-color jokes for a Superman movie meant for basically all ages. Not all ages, obviously. It's PG-13 or whatever it is. But yeah, he's I don't think he was the right person for Superman. That's the short version of it. I want to circle back to the kindness is punk rock thing, but I do want to talk about the future of the DCU. Now, personally, I think this is probably the last superhero movie I'm going to see for a while. Just like after seeing this, I'm just like, well, I know Marvel's not going to do anything good for the considerable future. Like they've shown no signs of really improving at all. And if this is the thing that everyone's like, oh, this is great, superhero movies are back, this is the superhero movie renaissance, I'm like, oh man, if that's what this is, then I'm out. I don't need any of this. Like this is not doing anything for me. I thought this movie was profoundly lame. if Batman 2 does come to fruition, maybe I'll check that out. But in terms of the DCU, I don't really care to see any of this stuff. And I do wonder. I've thought this for a while. I don't know if you have the same sort of feeling about this, but aside from whenever they get around to Batman, I think this is basically the peak interest in the DCU. Is the Superman movie?
I mean, I can't imagine Supergirl being something that blows up. Like she's not exactly like a popular character in the zeitgeist of comic books.
No.
Right? Like, I mean,
no.
The normies do not know, like, this is going to be their big introduction to Supergirl outside of like the TV shows, right? Like if they know anything about her at all, right? And she is very, like, I mean, she sort of breaks the entire plot of the film just by showing up drunk at the end, right? Because, like, I think Fringy was saying this on EFAP the other day, is like, if one other Kryptonian has ever interacted with Clark, this message thing is a huge plot hole, right? Like, now we have a real big problem. This blows up in Lex Luthor's face, or it should anyway. And the movie really relies on the rug pull that by the end of the movie we reveal that Krypto is not actually Superman's dog. He is Kara's dog, Kara Zor-El, aka Supergirl, who likes to routinely just like go off planet and party and get shit-faced and leave her dog in her cousin's fortress of solitude.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine how we can make sense of that. And part of the reason it's hard to imagine a way for that to ultimately make sense is because this whole thing with Jor-El's message is a rug pull. As Blank Face mentioned in the super chats they sent, thank you very much, by the way. Do you feel that the message from Jorel and Lara-El is a bait and switch? Because the first part, it's all sunshine, happy rainbows. And the second part is become a massive dictator and destroy all who oppose you. Yeah. I mean, it's done that way to be a bait and switch for the audience. It doesn't really, if you hear the whole message as a whole, it doesn't feel continuous. It doesn't feel real. It feels like the first half and the second half contradict each other. It doesn't feel like there's a way to make sense of the character saying both of those things back to back, right? And it's just done to be a twist reveal for the audience. Yeah. And so it feels like a rug pull. It feels like a bait and switch. And making sense of how Superman would fall for this, or how this would be possible if he's had a close relationship with Supergirl, who in many adaptations like was there for the fall of Krypton, unlike Superman, who was sent away right before. Like, she would know a bit more about it.
She was raised by Kryptonians. Like, I feel like the last thing. So there's a lot of backstory for other superheroes in this movie that also I found confusing. Right? This is this is maybe the smallest one comparatively to some of the others. But like, I don't know where she comes from. I guess we'll get that in the next movie, right? But like, why did he, when he met her, not ask if she knew anything about his parents or their message, and why would she not
or Kryptonian society? You know what I mean? If they were, if people in Kryptonian society ruled with an iron fist and with no mercy, and that was kind of the standard, he could be like, hey, does this vibe with your experience of Krypton? And she'd be like, oh yeah, they're ruthless, man. Like, if that was, he could ask her about this whole thing. But as we mentioned earlier, he just accepts it because the movie insists that it's true, even though it doesn't really make any sense. And and honestly, he could get away, James Gunn. He could get away with, in the next movie, being like, aha, it was actually fake, and people are like, oh my god, I knew it. And a small percentage of people will be like, what?
But you spent so much time telling us that it was real. Yeah. What do you mean? It's like, oh, it was Brainiac deepfake, and the engineer just couldn't figure it out. She couldn't disentangle the programming from the whatever she was doing. Like,
there's a comment I want to highlight here because I think it's important. A Blindside says, but consider Gunn said she'd be a total mess, so that's good. Not unlike the plot of this movie, talking about Supergirl. And it's like, I feel like immediately with the second movie, he's just like, yeah, we're done with paragons of virtue, and we're gonna go with more eccentric and flawed and morally gray characters, because that's what James Gunn wants to do.
Yeah, he
James
wants
Gunn
Polka Dot Man. Like,
James Gunn is a punk rock guy. He is obsessed with marginal, weird, eccentric, out there, rebellious, morally gray characters, right? That's why he was perfect for the Guardians of the Galaxy. That's why he was perfect for the Suicide Squad movie. And when I heard he was doing Superman, I was like, yeah, I don't know about that, but maybe he can kind of step outside his usual interests and tell a story about a sort of paragon of virtue, like straight down the middle kind of story. And ultimately, I don't think he could, because ultimately, I don't think he has a whole lot of really valuable things to say about a character that's the sort of like emblematic vision of the center and heart of society rather than the fringe weirdos. You know what I mean? Because he likes the fringe weirdos. And so this is actually a decent segue. And so he's going to go on to Supergirl. And he's like, already he's like, nah, she's not super heroic. She's kind of flawed and morally gray. And it's like, of course, because that's what you really want to do. And I don't feel like you're the guy to run the whole cinematic universe. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Like, I feel like you're the guy to do all the weird side stuff. Like, you should be doing a Clayface movie or something while someone else is in charge of the major
Superman. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. That's just how it seems to me. Not that it's obvious who I would pick instead of him, but it's complicated. But I want to talk about this kindness is punk rock thing, because this is probably for me the most objectionable part of the movie, because everyone else just seems to be lapping it up. And I don't mean everyone, but a lot of people have been lapping up the whole kindness is punk rock. Oh, really, being kind to each other is like the most rebellious thing you can do, man.
The most
Yeah.
youth minister bullshit I've ever
Yeah.
heard.
So the joke I made on Twitter, which got more people vibed with more than I thought they would, because I thought it was rather contentious. I said, kindness is punk rock is the kind of thing you say if you're a cringe and desperate youth group minister in the 1980s, or an aging punk filmmaker in 2025 who has imbibed the idea that rebellion is inherently good for so long that you now measure all other virtues against it. And that's what I get from watching James Gunn try to make kindness cool. I don't like it when people try to code higher virtues like kindness and honor and forgiveness, or like whatever sort of higher virtues, as rebellion. It speaks to a culture of like the worship of rebellion itself. And now when you're trying to be like, oh, but man, can't people just be kind to one another? How do I convince people to be kind? Oh, well, kindness is cool if you really think about it. If you really think about it, kindness is like the most rebellious thing you can do, man. Yeah. And for a certain kind of person, they'll be like, yeah, you know what? Kindness is punk rock. Yeah. But like I said before, I don't think that has any real teeth or staying power. I don't think that just feels so surface level. And it's like, well, I think part of the reason it doesn't work is that it's like you're trying to tie a higher virtue to something lower. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, rebellion can be good. Obviously, there are times when rebellion and
when it's against the British, boom, let's go.
You know what I mean? You can rebel for a good cause, but rebellion isn't a good in and of itself. And I feel like it's and you just get the vibe from a lot of things in our culture, not just James Gunn. He's not the only person to do this. It's like whenever you hear really cringe, like leftist, progressive type people say that, like, oh, like, empathy is a revolutionary act, or something like that, or like, bullshit like that, like
maybe activism is being comfortable in my body and genes, and that's enough.
I just kind of hate this stuff, man. I think it's really cringe. And I think the reason I compared it to, like, a desperate youth group minister in the 80s, because it just has the same energy of like, well, if you think about it, Jesus was the real OG. You know what I mean? He was the real original gangster. If you think about it, it's like, no, Jesus was not a gangster.
It was pretty metal. Standing up
What?
to the Romans.
It's like, no,
Repenting your sins. That's pretty
kindness is not
hardcore.
kindness is not punk rock if words have any meaning anymore. I'm sorry. Like, that's just like punk rock. Punk rock is obviously a sort of anti-authority, anti-mainstream culture, establishment ethos of rebellion and rejection of mainstream social norms in favor of really cringe other social norms. And to act like wholesome Superman saving a squirrel is actually punk rock, it's like, no. It's this is going to be controversial, but it's like actually kind of like punk rock and rebellious now is being like really grossly far right. Like, that really rustles people's jimmies. You know what I mean? Like,
isn't that like the same kind of shit like Trey Parker and Matt Stone used to say? Is like, when you live in LA, the only way to be punk rock is to be like, actually, I like George W. Bush. Actually, like, I like my gun.
I love my country and I love my gun. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I hate to make it about this, but when you see something like Kanye West writing a song that says Heil Hitler over and over again, and you see the reaction it gets from people, it's like, I hate to break it to you, but like, that's more punk rock than this Superman movie is, because it's like, oh, it's really fucking pushing buttons, and it's really trespassing on the taboos and norms of what's the sort of like general progressive liberal mainstream ethos we have right now. Yeah. It's like, is that what you want? Do you think rebellion is always good? Because when you think rebellion is inherently good, this is the kind of shit you're gonna get, man. This is the result, right?
Yeah.
Because like once your ethos, once your worldview, once your identity, whatever it is, ascends to mainstream, well, then the rebellion that will come against that will be the opposite of that. And you don't want that, because you don't actually think you shouldn't actually think that rebellion itself is good. And so I don't like it. There's a long-winded way of saying I don't like it when people try to code like love and kindness and whatever as like punk rock and edgy. And it's like, no, like, stop it. Because it just speaks to a general sort of like overvaluation of being rebellious
of rebellion
itself.
And revolution as like a virtue in and of itself. I mean, like, I was joking a little bit when I said that thing about like the main lesson that I took away from the Offspring concert that I went to is that punk rock is being kind and responsible, actually. But like, the opening act was Jimmy Eat World. Like, they had that one song, The Middle. That's the only one that I really knew. But like, this is a bunch of like middle-aged men playing these 90s punk rock songs in bowling shirts and golf pants, right? And jumping around up there being like, fuck yeah, rock and roll. And then like at the end of the concert, like, all right, everybody, make sure you drink responsibly and get home safe, and like, have a good night, great weekend, blessed weekend, enjoy. And it's just like,
that sounds like such a South Park bit, doesn't it?
It's fucking hilarious, dude. It's like, this is that I felt like I was watching a bunch of James Gunns on stage, like, give me
yeah. I don't know. I just don't think this sort of like aging punk, broadly liberal attitude has much legs going forward. I just don't think this is going to motivate and inspire people. It just feels like a short-term gratification rather than like something that will inspire generations to come, if that makes sense.
Yeah, exactly.
Blank Face says, shouldn't your James head be facing the other way? Yes.
But maybe it's the real punk rock that he is.
Yeah, maybe the real punk
Maybe that's the real punk rock.
Yeah.
We don't conform.
Yeah, maybe Cool Cat is the real punk rock. You know what? Maybe he is.
Yeah, so one of the things that I like, changing gears here, one of the things that confused me, and I guess maybe this is a minor thing, right, is that there's a line that Lex Luthor gives to the government council, right? Rick Flag Sr. and all his military cronies who are like, kind of, they're like, yeah, we don't mind Superman, and Lex Luthor is like big time hating on him, right? And at one point, he says something about like, oh, the other metahumans, I don't care about them. They're not aliens, right? And we had seen Hawkgirl by this point, and I'm kind of sitting there looking, to my left and my right and going like, wait, what? Like Hawkgirl is an alien. She's from fucking Thanagar. She's a like a Thor alien, but they're bird people. And that like we see her lounging in the Hall of Justice, and she don't have her wings. And so I had to start, Googling this shit, and I'm like, oh, this isn't the Hawkgirl that I know from all the media that I've ever consumed with DC. This isn't like the one who's an alien who comes to Earth and falls in love with a Green Lantern and everything like that. No, this is someone, a diverse Latina woman who committed suicide and was possessed by the spirit of the Golden Age Hawkgirl, who apparently also wasn't an alien. It's just like, well, what? Like,
wait, what? Well, okay, you're gonna need to slow down.
I know, right?
Know
so the original Hawkgirl from back in the 1940s looked exactly the same as the one from the Justice League cartoon, except that she was not an alien. She wore metal wings and carried a mace, right?
Okay.
Then they changed it so that the one that we know, the middle one, was an alien. And then they went back on that again and went, actually, no, she's a Latina who killed herself and was possessed by the spirit of the older one, who's not an alien. And so she gets the metal wings and the shriek power.
Okay. Where is it coming from? The woman in this movie, it was possessed as a result of her killing herself.
Well, okay, that's the bad. In this movie, it's not there, right? But the backstory of the version of the character that James Gunn chose to put in this movie.
Okay.
That's
so that
what
happens
it is.
In
that happens in
comic,
the comic books.
That's what he's going with. Okay.
That's what he's going with. But it's one extra layer of. I'm like, well, look, dude, the Justice League cartoon is good. That's the one that's I
watched
argue,
the first couple episodes the other day, and I was like, this is fun. I like it.
Yeah, I was like, I would argue this would be like the main way that the people whose money you want, right? If you're making this movie, the people who you are appealing to, they've engaged with this primarily through that, right? Through that show and those comics. Why can we not just put those characters in a movie? Like, why do we have to keep redoing these and we got Supergirl now? Like, we're gonna get a Supergirl movie.
James Gunn doesn't want to do it the normal way. He wants to do it the weird, out of the box punk rock way because that's his whole thing.
Of course,
he has to put his own weirdo stamp on it. Like
James Gunn wants to do that, right? I get that. But like DC overall, Warner Brothers overall, who owns this IP,
they don't know what they want. They
have no idea.
They hired James Gunn to know what they want for them.
We have had Starfire from Teen Titans turned black before the Black Green Lantern that everybody loves has been put into a movie.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Talk about that really quickly before. I was going to change on to something else, but the fact that they have like a Guy Gardner Green Lantern,
so they went with Guy Gardner,
asshole, which is kind of fun.
Yeah, I like that. I like this character. Nathan Fillion fits this role, and that character fits James Gunn's philosophy. I think, a Green Lantern who's kind of a jackass who uses his Green Lantern powers to make big middle fingers and giant megaphones.
It's a very James Gunn thing to do. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it's fun.
It is.
It's legitimately kind of fun.
Why has Jon Stewart, the Black Green Lantern, that everybody knows, that everybody loves, that everybody has been asking for years to have in a movie, why has he never been in a movie?
You know what? I'm not a big comics person, but I did watch the Justice League cartoon. I remember him, obviously. As soon as you mentioned this to me the other day, I could not believe they hadn't done this yet. Like, why didn't they jump at the chance with a Black Green Lantern character, especially if it's one that everyone knows and likes, who likes the comics and the show?
Everybody knows and loves this character.
I mean, like, if you know anything about, where the industry and culture and storytelling has been for the past 10 years, you know that, like, that should be right up their alley for, representation reasons. Why hasn't that happened? I mean, not that the problem is for wishing that it probably would have been done poorly, and that would have sucked. Just
yeah.
but you do wonder why they never tried.
Yeah,
is what I guess I'd say there. Okay, a couple things in the chat I wanted to respond to. Jegson Voorhees says, "What are your thoughts on the American way no longer being used? Do you think it fits the character better to use a more global value?" We talked about this a little bit on the 78 Superman stream, but if I understand correctly, maybe I missed it. Does truth, justice, and a better tomorrow even come up in this movie?
I don't even remember him saying it.
I don't think it actually came up in this movie as a slogan. So it's kind of irrelevant as it relates to this movie, but it has been mentioned that DC is going with that slogan going forward. So maybe that will come up in a later Superman movie under the DCU. But I don't like it. I don't like the removal of the American way. First of all, I just think it's indicative of an attitude that a lot of Americans have. Maybe not a majority, but there's a significant amount of people who have this general attitude of like fish not realizing they're in water because they're surrounded by it all the time, and a general attitude of thinking that American culture and American values are just general human values, and as if there's no real difference. And I just don't think that's true if you know really anything about the world
and the world. Yeah,
you know what I mean. And it's not to say that there's no overlap. There's obviously overlap to varying degrees. From like the Anglophone countries to like sub-Saharan Africa, you'll find varying degrees of overlap.
I mean, between even like Confucian China, virtue and responsibility and moderation and all of that. That was that's a pretty strong
there obviously there is overlap, but Superman has these normally depicted very broadly speaking, because I know there are many different there are enough adaptations of Superman in different comics and cartoons that you could basically make any argument about Superman. But the general norm is that truth, justice, and the American way does represent what he sort of fights for. He has a sort of like inherent dignity of every human person sort of attitude, right? He's kind of anti-tyrant among other things, and he's an American himself. He was raised in America, so he has, broadly speaking, American values. That is not to say that he is like a jingoist patriot who will always support whatever the government wants him to do. But I mean, hell, we've already seen this sort of drama well handled already with people like Captain America in the early days of the MCU. Like, this has already been done well, where it's like, well, Captain America represents America, and sometimes that means going against what the government is currently trying to do, because that violates the general spirit of American values and the will of the people in general. Like, this is not a complicated thing to do. It's an easy problem to solve, but there's this general wish to be, a citizen of the world and to have a sort of like global liberal society that extends to everywhere, and that borders are just fake and gay and all that sort of stuff. Like, that's the general attitude a lot of people have. And so when they write this sort of stuff, they just sort of assume that American values are just all human values, as if there's no distinction. And I think that's lame. And I think it's nice to have a strongly patriotic and American superhero, especially because, America is a very young country. It doesn't really have a deep well of myths to pull from, myths and legends and history that a lot of other countries and societies do. So at least give us Superman, please.
Yeah, that's like let us have Superman and have that be like our guy. I mean, like it is too. I mean, you look at the international box office for this one, and it's not looking crazy good. It's most of this movie's money is domestic, and that's maybe a good point, that maybe the shunning or the shying away from the American way part of Superman, maybe that burns it a little bit on the end.
I think a lot of people have this idea that to appeal to a worldwide audience, or even just a broad national audience, that you kind of need to sand off any sort of like cultural specificity in order to appeal to everyone. But I think that's the opposite of true. I think we've had plenty of examples where like a cultural specificity actually helps a movie appeal more broadly. The example that I come back to a lot, because it did unbelievably well, is a movie like Parasite.
Yeah.
Parasite is not a movie that's trying to aim to a global audience, but it's being very, very specifically Korean. And as such, it appeals to everyone because there are sort of universal themes happening there. And I think being hyper American and leaning into it could actually, because you don't really get a strong sense that Superman is a Kansan and an American in this movie. You know what I mean?
No, you don't.
Like, I don't get that at all. But if you did, it might actually it might land a little better for everyone, not just for people from Kansas. One really funny comment I wanted to mention before we keep going. Mordaka says, rock and roll. Now get the CGI guys to animate the monkeys to mock my Twitter enemies. That's really cool. Yeah, pretty punk rock, dude.
$200 million on monkeys typing on keyboards.
Isn't it just
hashtag
so funny?
super shit.
Isn't it just so funny that the movie couldn't even actually have it be that Superman is a controversial figure? All the controversy ended up just being down to like monkey slave trolls on Twitter.
And I guess like monkey slave trolls on Twitter in a pocket dimension universe that, like where he's mind controlling monkeys to spam out like mean hashtags and everything. Except for that one crowd who immediately rejected Superman upon learning that he's there to fuck their women.
Yeah. Yeah, someone else mentioned it too. The other thing possibly motivating the general, like getting rid of the American way, is just a general sort of left-wing dislike of America, which is rife and commonplace at this point now. You can see the polling data on it about what percentage of people who identify as Democrats or on the left or whatever are actually proud to be American. It's in the 30s. So that's not good at all, I would argue. For reference, people who identify as Republicans have been above 85% for the last like 25 years. So they're pretty consistent about it. So that's just a general sort of like, my country sucks. So of course, Superman's not going to represent my country. He's going to represent everyone. And that's even more lame. So it's hard to say with James Gunn exactly which one of those two things is more motivating the decision to remove that. But either way, not a big fan of it. I think it's really lame and not punk rock at all, James Gunn. If you're listening, you're not. But if you were, yeah, a general sort of sense of self-loathing.
Blankface says, can you try to come up with an insult towards Superman that is better than hashtag super shit? I think Crippy is a good one. Yeah, that's pretty
I like
good.
Crippy.
I like Crippy
Crippy's
too.
Nice,
I might just go with
for
faggot.
I
mean, if funny, super shit burns him that bad, that I might just throw a slur and see how he reacts.
Okay, so I'm trying to remember what the other one was, but like super shit, it's kind of an amusing line, I guess, but it doesn't really make sense to me that that's the one that specifically annoys him. It just really, first of all, it's unbecoming of his character that he's that worked up about super shit. Like, really? It's such a juvenile. Like what was the other one? There was another one that they were saying about him, the lowest mentions, that you would think would be the one that upsets him more, actually. But I can't remember what it was now. Anyway.
I can't remember what it is, but it's like the reaction is so unwarranted when she says it, and he just blows up. And he's just like, God damn it, super shit, you know that one pisses me off. Like, it's like, you should be very worried about a guy who has that much power getting that worked up over being called super shit on Twitter. Like,
it's lame. It's just really lame.
Oh, super spy, that's the other one, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And Super Spy, thank you, Tim, because you would think the implication there that he has ulterior motives and that he's actually not who he says he is and he's got nefarious intent would bother him more than super shit. Right?
Yeah,
You would think.
You would think.
You would think. the implication that he's untrustworthy is better than "you suck, bro." It's like if a kid called him a doo-doo head and he's like, "Oh, I swear to God, you know that pisses me off so much more."
Just can you imagine like some kid just calls him a poopy head and then he burns a hole in his his brain.
No,
with
you
his
don't
laser
understand.
eyes.
You don't understand, Hugh. This Superman is more relatable. He's less a paragon of virtue. He's just more relatable. He gets mad at the same things we get mad at.
Yeah,
you
he
know?
gets unreasonably bent out of shape over. Well, at the same things maybe James Gunn gets bent out of shape over.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
That's it. That all just feels incredibly meta, doesn't it?
Maybe shit is like the Kryptonian N-word. Holy shit, that would be a great reveal.
That would be really funny. That would be really funny.
Yeah. No, like that was ridiculous. His super shit reactions. Like I don't know, man. Like
it's unbecoming of Superman.
Very unbecoming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Blame.
And it's kind of strange, right? How like we see this attempt at being sort of more relatable. You know, he's just a guy who's, you know, got it rough for this movie.
He makes mistakes, you know, and that's what makes him human.
Well, that's what makes him a human. This is and you know what? I saw somebody in the chat mention like, oh no, he lost a battle last year earlier when we were addressing this point. The text at the beginning of the movie says 3 minutes ago Superman lost his first battle ever.
Yeah.
So no, he did not lose last year. He's been doing fine. He's been undefeated for 3 straight years.
He's undefeated in fights.
And then the hammer of Baravia shows up and whoops his ass. And you know, like
you know what that reminds me of? There's an old Shane Gillis joke where he's at an open mic or something like that. It's very early in his career before he was infamous and then famous. He was like, I know it's kind of a douchey thing to brag about, but I'm undefeated in fights, but I never win a fight in a cool way. What that means is like I've never lost a fight, but I've also never not cried in a fight. And that's how I feel like Superman's first 3 years are. Like he's won every fight, but he's never not cried. Like, why are you doing this?
That's funny. Yeah.
We're friends.
Oh shit! I lost my train of thought. Yeah, somebody had mentioned like he lost a fight earlier. Oh, but okay, so like we get this sort of more relatable version. Like his ego's been harmed. He just lost his first fight 3 minutes ago, and now his worldview has crumbled because actually his dad was an advocate for ruthless dictatorship and harems. His mom was on board with this apparently, so even she wasn't. Even she was a little fucked up. And apparently that throws his entire, moral compass into disarray. Let's not talk about Jonathan and Martha Kent until we get there at the movie part, until he remembers that, he has a home in Kansas, I guess.
And that he spent way more time being raised by them. Yeah. You would think that would matter more.
You would think that would matter more. But anyway, yeah, like we get all that. But then right at the end, in the very, very end, after all the credits, there's this scene, like maybe one of the lamest post-credit scenes in a superhero movie that I've
I didn't even stay for it, so you have to tell me what happened.
Okay, well, after the mid-roll, the mid-roll scene is just him hanging out on the moon, cuddling with Krypto and watching Earth, right? And it's like, okay, and then it's done. Okay, the credits roll, and it gets all the way to the end. And Superman and Mr. Terrific are standing in front of a building, and the building is one of the ones that has been ripped in half by the
fabric of reality.
By the fabric of reality coming apart at the seams, because they left
as it does
as it does when you create a pocket dimension. And the building is just ever so slightly off, right? Like part of it's come back together, but it's not perfect. So one side is like not quite there, it's jutting out too much, so everything is just very slightly askew. And Superman and Mr. Terrific are looking at it, and Superman goes, Mr. Terrific is like, what? And Superman is basically goes like, well, I mean, it's just just a little off, I think. And Mr. Terrific loses his mind. It's just like, well, goddamn it, what do you want me to do? Fucking hell! And like he starts storming off and kicking things on the street and walking away. And Superman kind of is like, gosh darn it, I can be such a jerk sometimes. And then the movie ends.
That's really fucking
really
lame.
fucking lame. But if you had maybe leaned into Clark as sort of like an old-timey, like, oh man, gosh darn it kind of dude, like who doesn't like to, like, if you had leaned into that a little bit more, maybe I would buy that, like, because that maybe you could do a more gonzo world around this guy who's sort of a fish out of water, being, the paragon of virtue.
Yeah, it's like
right?
Captain America and the Avengers. Yeah.
Yeah. There's only one God, ma'am, and he doesn't dress like that. That's you could have him.
They've already done
like
this.
We've already done it.
Anyway, yeah, no, I agree. There was a little bit of the like him not swearing and having sort of other funny ways of swearing instead, like substitutes. I can't remember. There's something when Crypto makes a big mess of the Fortress of Solitude, and he's like, "What that." He doesn't say what the heck, but he replaces heck with hell in some other way that was like mildly amusing, I would say. But we could have leaned into that far more, the old timiness of it, like a man out of time.
More Doc.
Blank face.
Zod shows. Oh, sorry, I was gonna say. Imagine Zod shows up and he's just like, "Oh, dude, Jorel and his harems. He was a weird guy."
Well, the other thing that was making me laugh was imagining like, once he stops the recording, that the wife is actually like, "What was that last bit at the end there?" He's like, "Huh? It's the last bit at the end about ruling without mercy and spreading your seed." He's like, I don't know. It's just it's just."
Well, yeah, you said the seed. You said the spread the seed thing, and I just figured we were rolling with it. Was that too far? Did you think? Yeah, maybe a little bit. Like, should we do another take, or that was like. It's like 30
I don't know
minutes.
About that.
Do we have time? Like,
I don't know if we have. I don't know about the whole rule without mercy thing. I was just, improvising.
Yeah, just spitballing.
I was riffing.
I mean, like, should we?
Riffing,
Maybe we could edit it out. I could put it in Premiere real quick and just
then it
chop
explodes.
It.
Blank face with another super chat. Thank you very much. By the way, it says, "We're never getting the Batman 2, are we?" I don't know. I have a reason to suspect that we won't, but I suppose it's not impossible. It really kind of depends.
If this one only makes like 700,000, I could see WB not
700 million.
700 million. If this one only makes 700 million, I could see WB like not bowing to James Gunn's requests and just being like, you know what, we're gonna push forward. That one was pretty successful. The Batman was rated R. Yours is rated PG-13. It's only pulled in about as much as that. Like maybe we can swing this one too.
Yeah, it's because I think there's a decent chance. Okay, James Gunn, even if you ignore the rumors that he secretly hates the Batman and the Penguin and just was not a fan of them and doesn't really like that and doesn't really want that to be part of his new vision, even if we ignore that, he clearly, and has said as much, wants to do his own Batman. Like, he cares about Batman more than he does Superman. Not surprising at all if you understand what kind of things he likes. He wants to do the Batman, and he probably doesn't want the Batman to creating any sort of brand confusion or stepping on his new Batman thing. So I would not be surprised at all if he really tries to push for either the Batman 2 never happening or not happening until after he's had his chance to do his Batman. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised at all if that's what he wants. The thing is, though, as you mentioned, Warner Brothers might be like, nah, people want the Batman too. Look at all this interest. That's gonna happen along the side, and you just gotta live with it. That could happen. It's hard to say, but if I were a betting man, which I'm not, I would bet maybe the Batman 2 just doesn't happen at all. That's my if I had to bet, that's what I would probably say. A little hard to say.
Yeah, I think it's gonna come down to like, who do they think is gonna like best case. It comes down to the WB executives being like, okay, does Matt Reeves or James Gunn have more pull to make us more money?
Oh, the Batman is PG-13, by the way.
Oh, is it? I thought that shit was rated R.
I think you're thinking of Joker. Joker's rated
Oh,
R.
I was thinking of Joker.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah,
But it does have a much darker tone and all that sort of stuff. It has a different appeal, different, aesthetic, all that sort of fun stuff. The Penguin is also R. Well, the Penguin's a show. I guess it would be TVMA probably, but that's the equivalent of R. Yeah, because the Penguin was pretty brutal. So yeah, so we'll see if the Batman 2 happens. But in terms of the future of the DCU, I really do think this is basically the peak interest.
Probably. Yeah,
I think this is the peak interest, and I expect as long as there are no massive flops, it'll just be a slow, gradual decline, maybe a slight bump when his version of Batman comes out, because everyone loves Batman. Understandably so. He's fucking awesome. There'll be a slight bump for that, and then it might just kind of slowly decline for a while, unless they have some weird, unexpected, massive hit that no one would see coming. Like, I don't know.
Clayface.
Let's say maybe Clayface is actually amazing and one of the best horror movies in recent years or something. It's possible. I'm skeptical of it.
Mike Flanagan's writing it. Does that change?
Well,
does that move the needle any?
I would describe myself as more skeptical of it in that case. Hold on, I'm gonna grab another beer. I'll be right back.
Yeah. I'm with you on that one, I think. Although I do wonder, right? Like, I wonder if it maybe the confusion, because nobody can figure out. It doesn't seem like there's any solid information on whether or not Clayface is actually going to be part of the DCU or not. Everybody seems to have heard conflicting things, right? Like, I Google it and I find like, yeah, it's confirmed from a couple places, and then another couple places say, oh no, it's an Elseworlds story, and that's not going to be involved in the main DCU. And I think the EFAP guys have talked about this a lot. This confusion around like what is connected and what isn't is going to do more to harm the success of future installments in this franchise than it will to push it forward, because like it's not going to help it any, because like nobody knows. Like, do I have to go see Clayface to know what's going to go on and how Batman connects to this universe? Is that actually what we're doing, or is that a standalone thing that has nothing to do with this actually at all? This seems like a really stupid way of building your universe, like, for all of its flaws, right, and for all of the oversaturation. Marvel, what you have to watch to catch up with everything. It's just that a lot of it sucks now, so you don't want to, right? Like, that's the main problem that we have with that. So I don't know. Like, Superman, Supergirl, Clayface, like, when does Batman enter the picture? Can we ever get a Jon Stewart Green Lantern in a movie? Like, does the Clayface is there going to be a Batman in Clayface? And if Clayface is Elseworlds, is that Batman going to be the Batman for the main DC universe? Like, the confusion and the lack of organization around how we're setting this all up, I feel like, is also really bad for the success of the films, because it's almost like they're half-assedly being like, we don't want to like commit entirely to greenlighting 50 movies in a cinematic universe, right? But also we want you to sort of think that they are connected in some way, so that you'll come and see them and they'll be successful, right? Like, because you liked Superman. So why not come and see Clayface? Just, maybe because Batman might show up. Who knows? Like,
it does feel like they're trying to split the baby a little bit there.
Yeah.
They want to have it. They want to have it both ways, where your general interest in this, Superman and Supergirl might bring you to some of their weird stuff like Clayface, or their shows like Creature Commandos, even if there actually isn't a continuity between them. They want to say, oh, well, this is all in the DCU, just some of them are Elseworlds. And it's like, to a person who's not a veteran comic aficionado, like, what does that mean exactly? It's like, are they connected or not? Like,
Yeah.
And I think it's like sometimes yes and sometimes no, but we're not going to be super clear about it either way because we kind of want you to treat them like they're all connected.
We kind of do, but we also kind of don't.
But also,
we maybe just go see
but also
Clayface
we
on its own
don't.
merits, but also maybe
They want to.
Superman.
They want to do the thing where they're connected insofar as you should watch all of them, but they're not connected insofar as they don't want you to feel like you have to watch all of them. And it's like, I don't know if you can do both. You know what I mean? They're trying to, and I suppose good luck to them. But the James Gunn has spoken about the general. It feels kind of like a homework and a chore. I think Kevin Feige has even said that. Not that he's doing anything to change it, but that like you would need to watch so many movies to understand what's happening in this one. I think it's clear that they're trying to avoid the same problem, but they also just won't say, they're all disconnected and we're just, we'll do a Clayface thing here and a Superman thing here, and they won't really touch, and you can just see whichever one you want, because they don't want that, because they want, like you mentioned already, you to be invested in all of them. Yeah. So I suppose we'll see.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, like, there's just so many questions about this, and like, the more that I ask, the more I'm just like, maybe I'm just gonna like watch Justice League. Maybe I'll just go turn Justice League on. I don't know. Yeah.
Well, the other thing is here in terms of like, okay, so this is the cornerstone of the DCU, this new Superman movie, and it's written by James Gunn, and it's directed by James Gunn, produced by James Gunn and others, but solo writing credit, solo directing credit. This is his vision, and this is the cornerstone. This is the foundation for this whole world. He is not going to be writing every movie, but he is going to be overseeing and approving the scripts of every movie. So does that mean the DCU won't really have anything that doesn't kind of fit his interests? Like how broad is the palette of DCU going to be? Like, because hypothetically, in terms of my future potential interest, if I'm just trying to imagine, something like, they want to do some weird Elseworlds thing about a sort of monstrous type creature character, and they get Robert Eggers or something, and they're giving him carte blanche to do whatever he wants. He would never do that. He doesn't seem to have any interest.
That would be, like, if he would, I would be like, oh fuck, wait a minute.
But I would probably check that out. I would be a little
phone.
I mean, I would check that out, but I would be a little concerned. I'm like, okay, but is this going to be like, is James Gunn's hand going to be on this, or is he going to let him do essentially whatever he wants? Like, it's a little unclear. I suppose we'll see as it goes forward, but I'm certainly not really interested in anything James Gunn writes in this universe going forward, like really at all. He's on the decline for me, and I don't think the reaction to Superman will motivate him to improve
now
and to get back to where he was for, let's say, Guardians 1, which is probably his best movie.
Probably.
I think.
Yeah.
Probably. I mean, I saw Super ages ago. That's a weird movie. I saw Slither even longer ago than that.
That's a weird movie. I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. Yeah. It's weird.
I remember liking Slither, but it is strange. Anyway,
I mean, look, man, I know he didn't direct it, but I like his Scooby-Doo. I think it's fun. Actually, funnily enough, you've seen it, right? You've watched Scooby-Doo?
Yes.
Back in the day.
Well, no, wait. Are you talking about the movies or the cartoon?
The movie.
I don't think I've seen the live action movies.
Oh fuck. Okay. So there's like the first one, there's the plot is basically there's these like interdimensional demon dogs that are replacing teenagers, and like they bring them to a party island, and then they hypnotize them and replace them and like send them home. And what it is like all the teenagers come to the party island super ready to party and there to like get drunk and do drugs and everything, and then they like the demon dogs replace them and take over their bodies, and they're like, goody two shoes people, like just like I would never touch a sip of alcohol or have premarital sex, as it is a sin in the eyes of the Lord, shit like that, right? And they like that's what clues them into like what's going on the island, is like all of the people that they know are acting totally out of character and everything. And there's a scene where they find out that the how the people are being, brainwashed or replaced, and it's basically like, a video of like one of those, like, here's how to understand the lingo of the teens, right? But it's basically, hey, punk rock is actually being kind, right? It's really rock and roll. It's really rock and roll to clean up your community and do good things, right? It's like, oh, so you just kind of like you've lived long enough to see yourself become the villain from Scooby-Doo. This is basically what's happened here.
Oh, that's very funny. I didn't know that. That's really funny.
Yeah,
that's great. You've lived yourself long enough to become the youth group minister you thought was cringe. Yeah.
yeah.
That's really funny. Someone said earlier, where is it? Doodle-doo. Let's see. Oh, there it is. Removing truth, justice, and the American way and replacing it with human way just makes my mind race through the groups to remove from the list. What am I supposed to do? Include the Coon Warriors of Papua New Guinea? Well,
oh
yeah,
boy,
that's funny. The new slogan is truth, justice, and a better tomorrow. One thing I did not mention about this when it came up earlier is, well, see, when you say the American way, it's still broad, but that implies a set of values and a culture and a directionality to what a better tomorrow might look like if you're following the American way, or you're continuing the American dream, all that sort of stuff. But when you just say and a better tomorrow, better how? It's
better can be quite
truth, justice, and a better tomorrow is literally just vague progressivism. We're making things better for the future. Better how? I don't know. Just better. Better in the way that everyone obviously agrees.
Can't we just be kind, like the way that you think it would be?
Yeah. The way we all obviously agree.
Yeah.
Truth, justice, and the thing. Hey, the thing. The guy with the clay on his face. Come on.
See that sucker over there?
Now listen here, fat. Listen here, fat is one of my favorite Bidenisms of all time. I adore it. Listen here, fat.
Do good things, because like, what is it? But yeah, like, for a better tomorrow, does that, like, are we nuking France, or like what's the bar here for improvement?
We'll jump over that bar with a single bound. The American way in modern terms is super vague. It's not as vague as a better tomorrow. It's obviously any sort of statement of principles this short is going to have a certain vague, like, broadness and vagary to it, right? But truth, justice, and the American way is quite a bit more specific than truth, justice, and a better tomorrow.
I would Am I crazy? So, yeah, I mean, I would say so. Although
it's a noticeable. We
were wondering earlier. I think Wasserman also was wondering this in the chat earlier. Is like, do most Americans now even agree on what American way means? And I think she's hitting on a good point there. I don't think it's as clear cut as it was back when Superman was first introduced, when the American way meant not getting involved in European business. Because what Hitler's doing is really none of our concern. Like, we don't have a problem with that. We should just keep our nose down, keep doing American things over here.
Keep rising and grinding.
Yeah, keep rising and grinding, and leave the squabbles to the old world lunatics over there in Europe.
Truth, justice, and women in STEM. So yes, obviously there's disagreement. There was disagreement at the beginning, is one of the things we talked about when we covered John Adams on the 4th of July. Go check it out. It's still better than and a better tomorrow, I would say, because there certainly were more in the past than there are right now, agreed upon American cultural values and attitudes, right? And that's faltered a bit. Things are being pulled apart to a degree, but
yeah,
that is still better than things will be better in the future.
The idea that Georgius is putting forward here too is like a deliberate callback to post-war American confidence. I think is objectively a good thing. I think that would have been a
Yeah,
good thing.
yeah, you know.
Yeah. I'm
Like
gonna
for
grab another
example,
beer.
you could try to tell a story that attempts to unite people around the set.
I'm here. I'm back. What's up?
You muted me when you left.
Whoops. Whoops.
Way to go. I don't yeah, so I got a bunch of stuff saying that he was muted and I'm talking but no one can hear me. Can you hear me now, friends? If you can hear us now, indicate that with your words in the chat.
I'm sure
And
it
we're
wasn't
back.
super important.
Well, okay. I'm going to repeat myself because I'm going to reread the super chat that we got, and I think you will appreciate this, Hugh, because I had forgotten. But Pie Guy in the chat, thank you very much for the super chat, reminds us that it was actually the mom, not Jorel, that said he should have a harem.
Yeah.
I had forgotten that, but that does make it weirder. One of the reasons that makes it weirder is it sort of implies maybe perhaps that Kryptonians are polygamists and Jor-El actually has many wives, and that's totally normal there. Or maybe his mom was just like, listen, normally monogamy is cool and based and awesome, but you got to spread that seed to keep our species alive. So get to work, honey.
There is a comic where Superman tells Supergirl.
Hugh did this. That's right. Hugh did this.
The Hughes
Blank
did
faces.
this, yes. There is a comic where Superman tells Supergirl that he would marry her. Yeah, they are first cousins, but he would marry her in order to ensure that Kryptonians do not die out completely, that a pure Kryptonian bloodline is continued. However, cousin marriage was forbidden on Krypton, and that's the only reason why he will not do it. It would be wrong, because it was illegal on the planet that we blew up.
That's pretty funny. Oh boy, yes, blank face. Thank you very much for another super chat. Reminds us that Hugh did this from everyone's favorite film, Knives Out.
Knives Out, yes.
Hugh, since I know that you absolutely adored Knives Out, and especially that twist, I ask, how excited are you for yet another Rian Johnson Knives Out movie?
At least it means he's not making Star Wars.
Yeah, I suppose
I didn't watch Glass Onion. It looked like shit.
Oh, it's fucking dog shit.
Yeah, it looked
Terrible
like shit. And then I watched the EFAP breakdown. And I was my opinion of it, based on the trailer, was confirmed, and so I felt
it is a loathsome film. Glass Onion. I really did not like Knives Out. I thought it was profoundly stupid. I think Glass Onion is worse. if for no other reason that we burn the Mona Lisa and the movie tries to take glee and satisfaction in
Oh,
doing
right.
so.
That does happen, doesn't it? Wow. Yeah.
Yes. Awful, truly awful film. Our only little bit of the silver lining here is that Rian Johnson is not currently ruining anything else more important than his own
And his own
original work.
IPs. Yeah, exactly.
Yes. So we can take some small consolation in that.
Yeah.
You
No,
know what?
I hated Knives Out when that came out. One of apparently one of the few, the proud.
The Marines.
Yes, the Marines. Yeah, apparently not very many people. Or it's still wildly popular for some reason. Like people really talk about that movie as if it was some kind of godsend. You know, like wow, they really brought Agatha Christie back.
Ugh, that's such an insult. I can't stand it.
Yeah.
Anyway, you mean the guy who was obviously him the whole time? He did it? Oh man, who could have seen this coming? Hugh did this.
Hugh did this. Wow, you really subverted my expectation. Oh wait. Oh, yeah. I guess he did do it. It's very like that Family Guy O.J. Simpson episode where like the whole thing is like, oh, but I was acquitted by a jury of my peers, and he's super nice to everybody the whole time, and the whole town freaks out because Peter is friends with O.J. and they don't want him around. And then Peter has a big impassioned speech being like, hey, come on now. Yeah, he didn't do nothing wrong. Like he was acquitted, and maybe things did look pretty glum, but and then he defends him, and OJ gives him a big thanks. And then OJ stabs 3 people in the crowd and runs away. And he just, I guess he did do it.
It's funny. Let's see. What the hell were we talking about besides Superman in general? You know what? Actually, I'm just going to take this opportunity to segue into a broader sort of discussion about comic book movies and the future of the film industry in general. And if you have anything you wanted to mention about Superman specifically as we go, it's fine to jump back. So, I see a lot of stuff regarding the new Superman movie, reviews of it and things of that nature. It's like, oh man, this is now one of my favorite comic book movies. Oh, this is the best comic book movie since The Dark Knight or whatever they say. This is the best comic book movie this, comic book movie that. And I was like, why do they keep saying comic book movie instead of superhero movie? And then I was thinking about it. And I think part of the reason is when you say what's the best comic book movie of all time, there's some debate to be had there. Like you could hear arguments for certain movies, like it's not maybe hyper obvious what is the best of all of them. But if you say what's the best superhero movie, it's obviously The Incredibles and nothing else really comes close. Like, I think that has something to do with it. Because I think there is something kind of funny and ironic in the fact that The Incredibles is, I would argue, easily the best superhero movie made ever. And it's not based on a comic at all. I mean, obviously it's vaguely inspired by the Fantastic Four and things of that nature, but yeah, the best one of all time is based.
Dave L points out that Howard the Duck is a comic book movie, not a superhero movie.
That's true. We wouldn't want to leave Howard the Duck out.
Yeah, George Lucas's masterpiece.
Yeah. No, I mean, obviously you can, Suicide Squad is not really a superhero movie because they're not very heroic at all. Or, you can quibble about those sort of things. But I just think there is something kind of ironic about the fact that well, to my mind, easily the best one is not even based on a comic book at all. But we don't really get, for all the big hubbub about and this whole wave of superhero movies, we haven't really gotten many original ones, in this whole time period. Obviously, The Incredibles was what? Was that 2004? When was that? The Incredibles? 2004, yeah.
Yeah.
Since then, we haven't really had many original superhero movies. They've almost all been adaptations of varying kinds, like, oh, let's try to do Batman again. And, no shade, Batman's great, but like, it's interesting to me because we're still trying to make a whole DC DC universe work here, and it's just like, I'm curious to know whether it's like Marvel and DC that people are really interested in, or the idea of superheroes in general. Like, obviously, brand recognition plays a huge part in the success of a movie, and an original one might be harder to get the budget and marketing awareness for. But like, obviously, it's been done, and it could be done again. The other reason I bring up The Incredibles is thinking about the future of the film industry. There are a lot of aspects to the film industry that are very shaky right now because we're going through something of a transition period, and no one quite knows what the new normal will be. But there's obvious problems that a lot of the major studios are having. And, like, theater attendance is quite considerably down. It's recovered a little bit since the pandemic, but not really. A lot of things have changed since the pandemic that we're like still slowly recovering from. The sort of like mirage of streaming is kind of fading. Like, there's a lot of things happening, there a lot of jobs in terms of the film production side of things. A lot of jobs are leaving the country and going cheaper places abroad. It's a weird time to be in the film industry for a whole host of reasons. It feels like a lot of things that are being done right now aren't sustainable.
Yeah.
So what's the future going to be? What is stable? What is sustainable? Obviously, people are still going to the movie theater, but what are they going to see first and foremost? It's family films. Family films are the safest thing in the world right now. Like, Lilo and Stitch, the remake, made $1 billion.
That is
right?
wild. Yeah.
Yeah, made $1 billion. The Minecraft movie, not quite $1 billion, but close, 900 and something million. At the time, I think it might still be the highest grossing animated movie of all time is Inside Out 2. And obviously Superman, this movie, to the degree it does really well, I think part of it will be a result of the fact that even though it's PG-13, it has a sort of broad, it's definitely aiming to be a movie for families, not small kids, but you know what I mean, right? Like a wide audience, right?
Yeah.
Family movies are safe and reliable right now, and people will still go to the theater to see them, and they make a lot of money. And you have something like The Incredibles, which is an original superhero story aimed at families that is probably one of the best of any of the superhero movies ever made. But like, no one's trying to do that anymore for some reason.
Or if they are, they're pushing some kind of ideology along with it, like.
Yeah, or they're telling really weird stories, or the stories that aren't really about, like,
What was that Pixar one that just came out? Like Elio?
Okay, so the short version of the Elio story is, I think it was the guy who made Coco, he got his movie greenlit about this kid, and in the original draft and in the first version of the movie they made, the kid was very obviously gay coded. He's like an 11-year-old, but he's like making his own fashion out of trash, and he's like wearing a tube top, and he has like a crush on a boy at his school. He's like very obviously gay, and then he gets whisked away to an alien world
called the Communiverse. Yeah.
Called the Communiverse. And so it's just like, okay, you guys greenlit this. I think you should have probably seen this coming, that this isn't going to appeal to the broad population, or that they're going to take some issue with some of these things, right? And then they in test screenings, this was reported in this big Hollywood Reporter expose, it was revealed that in a test screening, the general tone and tenor of the response was like, yeah, it was all right. Yeah, it was a nice movie. It was fine. And then when asked how many of you would pay to go see it in the theater, not a single person in the theater raised their hand. And so Pixar said, uh-oh. And it was like, we got to do something about this. And, based on that initial audience reaction and a general sort of like fear of another controversy like the one that happened for Lightyear, they decided to de-gayify the movie. They went back and re-edited scenes and reanimated scenes to give him different outfits, and reanimated some of his mannerisms to try to like de-gay code the main character.
They wanted to take all the gay shit out of the movie, basically.
Yes, essentially.
And so, what it turns out they did is they ended up, by doing this, making a movie that was essentially about nothing.
Yeah, so there's one person who was interviewed who remained anonymous, was talking about the difference between the two cuts of the movie. And they said that, the first movie was this movie about identity, which is what so many, progressive oriented stories are about these days. And, specifically any sort of marginal identities, right? And so, but then like this new version, now it's about nothing, which is the funny kind of revelation there is that there was really nothing more to the movie other than that question about his identity. Because when you remove that, the movie becomes about nothing, which is kind of funny. It's kind of darkly, ironically funny in some way. But the other thing in terms of that movie's performance, I had not heard about Elio at all. And then the first time I heard anything about it was from a tweet of an empty theater, and someone was like, "Yeah, you guys say you like original stories, but you don't show up when they come to theaters." And people were like, "What movie was this for?" And the person was like, "Elio," and everyone's like, "What's that? What is this?" And it's like, "Oh, it's a new Pixar movie. There's a new Pixar movie called Elio." Most people had not heard of it. I think most people still have not heard of it. They really did not spend a lot of money in advertising for it. Partly, I think it's a self-fulfilling prophecy sort of thing. They were worried it would underperform, so they didn't really bother spending the money that they thought would be fruitless on marketing it. So as a result, barely anyone heard about it. The people that did were like, no one supports original movies. And then the people that saw it were like, it was bad, or it was fine, or whatever, just didn't really make waves at all. And so what is there to learn from all this? Well, I think one of the things there is to learn is that there's still an appetite for heroic stories and adventure stories aimed at family audiences, right? That those are actually pretty reliable. Obviously, it helps if there's a sort of brand awareness built into it. I would say it's not necessary, but it certainly helps. I think a lot of people have a really defeatist attitude about audiences' interest in original movies. But I think there's good reason to be skeptical of that disinterest, because you do have movies like Sinners. We reviewed it on the channel. Neither of us thought it was very good. But one of the things it does indicate is that there's an appetite for original stories. Sinners is an original movie. Obviously, there's some Dusk Till Dawn isms in there and all sorts of stuff like that. But it's an original story, and it did very, very well at the box office, right?
Yeah.
Why did it do well whilst other original stories don't do well? Well, they marketed it. Like you can't expect an original story to do well if you don't spend the money on marketing. You really can't expect any movie to do well if you don't spend the money on marketing, really. It's a very rare thing these days that a movie that doesn't spend really any money on marketing does really well purely on word of mouth. Like it's got to be really, really fucking good for that to happen. And that's rare these days. So I don't like the sort of defeatist attitude about original stories that like, oh, people don't care about original stories. They just want to see, Lilo and Stitch again. Obviously, it does kind of suck, and it is on the audience that they would even entertain going to see a soulless reboot remake of Lilo and Stitch. But audiences want like family-oriented adventure comedies and stories of adventure and heroism and things like that they can take their kids to. That's stable and that's reliable. People will go to the theater to see those things the way they won't go to the theater to see other type of things like very heavy historical period piece dramas. Like they're not going to flock to the theater for those things. They might just wait until it comes out on streaming. If it's nominated for an Oscar, maybe they'll check it out months later or something. But people will go to the theater for family-oriented adventure films, especially animated films. And we could, hypothetically, if people aren't tired of superheroes and aren't tired of stories about heroism and adventure in general, which I don't think they really are, could be aiming for that market. If I were James Gunn and I were in charge of like trying to do something to save Warner Brothers' DC properties, I would have started years ago, like, okay, how can we make a sort of Pixar-esque, it doesn't have to be that like current Pixar era bean mouth animation style that they're obsessed with now, but why not an animated Superman theatrical film? Why not? That's kind of aimed at all ages. Why not? Why wouldn't you do something like that? That would do so well. That would do unbelievably well. That's sort of where I'm going at with this. Like
Just
superhero
get
movies.
DreamWorks to do Justice League or something like that, like
Yeah, something like that, man. Like an actual, but you can't sometimes, because they have like Creature Commandos and they're doing these random offshoot animated TV shows that they're not really marketing all that much, and only the diehards are really watching. But like, why aren't they aiming for the broadest possible family audience, advertising the hell out of it with an animated film about Superman or something like that? Like, it doesn't have to be Superman. You've already done Superman. It's a little late to course correct to do that. But you know what I mean? Someone anyone going forward who wants to make sort of any of the major studios, right? Who actually want to do well in this current theatrical film landscape would if they were smart at all, they would be aiming for family movies about heroism and adventure and advertising the fuck out of them.
Yeah, it's interesting. Blankface said in the chat there, because animation is for kids, it's a lower art form, and then dabbed on us. But like,
oh damn, can't believe you would.
Although like that is kind of wild though, because like what we're talking about, like The Incredibles was insanely successful, right? Like animated superhero movie, wildly successful for Pixar, part of a string of just like absolute bangers where they were just knocking them out of the park left and right. Incredibles, Finding Nemo. Toy Story 2, all of that, just like back to back to back, basically, right? Like, it's crazy how they were doing so well. Those movies have broad appeal for everybody, right? Like like the reason that animated films have started being nominated for Best Picture at the Oscars is because by the time Up came around, everybody was like, "Hey, Pixar's had a lot of good ones." And we haven't even considered giving that, a Best Picture nomination. Maybe we should start. And that's why they start now. That's why they do now. Why they get them now. Every now and then. I don't think they have got them for a little while. At least I don't remember watching any animated things for a little bit for our Oscar recaps stuff. But those movies do have broad appeal. And I think that especially for families, right? Like, you start make them good again. Let them do their flex their creative muscles. Don't force everybody to do Steven Universe bean mouth animation. And like try to court that section of the unemployed section of the population that spends all day ranting about why things need to be gayer on Twitter. Like, let's just court the families here. Let's get the families back in the box office, or back. Well,
they're there already. Is what I guess what I'm trying to say is that the families are already taking their kids to the movies, and they'll take their kids to the movies to see whatever looks best at the time. Honestly, you know what I mean? It's not a lot of these families with kids that are going to see Lilo and Stitch, that are going to see Inside Out 2. They're just going to see whatever is out that looks good to them and that has been marketed to them, so they're aware of it. They're aware of its existence. You know what I mean? It's not too complicated, really. Yeah. We don't even really need to bring them back to the box office. They're already there.
There's the Spider-Verse series. Yeah, well, that got delayed recently, didn't it? The new Spider-Verse one.
Well, yeah, I'll tell you. Brief side note about Spider-Verse. I think the first one did very well, if I'm not mistaken. I'm gonna double check that really quick.
I think the first one was like huge.
Yeah. I know it had a high budget, but Into the Spider-Verse made $393 million worldwide. I think that's pretty good. Spider-Verse budget, really quick, $90 million. Yeah, that's a profit. That's good.
Yeah.
Good job. You did it. That's a big success. That's the kind of success you could keep having if they're well written. Spider-Verse is a good example. Part of the problem with Across the Spider-Verse, to say nothing of any, writing issues it may have. I was doing, what would you say? I was doing like exit surveys at a movie theater one time, just as like a side gig sort of thing. So I was there, when people were getting out of a certain movie and just getting them to trying to get them to fill out a survey for the sake of, the marketing company that is providing marketing research data to the studios, right? And so they do like a limited release of a movie, and then they have people like us come in and, you know, get people's reactions, and they can decide what markets to market to and how much, all that sort of fun stuff. And I was standing outside of a different movie, but I saw people coming out of Across the Spider-Verse, and I'm not exaggerating, about half the people that were talking about how annoyed they were that they didn't know it was going to be a cliffhanger. And it's like, yeah, I mean, yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. You know what I mean? Like, I think a lot of mainstream audiences are not going to be thrilled about that sort of thing when you lie about it, or when you hide it is probably the better way of saying it. Because they came out and they're like, oh, it's not even a full story. Like, I didn't know it was going to be a cliffhanger. That's annoying. They were annoyed at the end of that movie. So that's
that didn't stop anybody with Wicked. People, all the theater gays really still loved Wicked. So
yeah. There are certain things. So it's a weird time for the film industry. There are certain things that are definitely not performing like they used to.
Oh,
and
Mystery Men was peak hero movie.
Um,
let's make a Mystery Men extended universe.
But there are things that are stable right now, and one of them is family movies, especially ones that seem like adventure coded. You know what I mean? But as with everything in this current media landscape, you need to spend a ton of money on marketing. Like, you can't just make LEO and then just drop it and expect everyone to come see it. You know, you got to spend the money marketing on it, and it has to look good. That's the other big thing, right? But it's a weird time. It doesn't feel like a great time to be in charge of trying to jumpstart a whole new interconnected cinematic live action PG-13 and up cinematic superhero universe. It just doesn't feel like the smartest business move right now, but I guess we'll see how they do with it. Blankface says that only 3 animated features. Oh, thank you for the super chat, by the way. Only 3 animated features have been nominated for Best Picture: Beauty and the Beast, Up, and Toy Story 3. Waltz with Bashir, Flea and Flow got Best International Feature nominations. Yeah,
okay.
It is weird.
That is weird. I thought it was a lot more common than that. That's my
mistake.
No,
yeah, a lot of best ones at the time they still have not received. You know, they did not receive Best Picture nominees. It's interesting that Beauty and the Beast, Up, and Toy Story 3 were all nominated for Best Picture, and it's just like, I wouldn't have picked either of those, like any of those 3, as the best of animated features in that time frame. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There are a lot better ones that did not get those nominations, is what I'm getting at. But you know, you don't make broad family films for Oscars. You make broad family films to make money, baby, because people want to see them. I don't know. There are a lot of things like horror movies, especially lower budget horror movies. Those are pretty safe and stable in this economy. Those will continue to do well. I think there's a future in which there is a renaissance of lower budget indie filmmaking, because I think the ground has been laid for that sort of thing. It really just depends on whether people want to take it upon themselves to take advantage of that, of the possibility there, and the room that has been left by all these giant studios that are making $100+ million movies, chasing $1 billion every time, and have forgotten how to make a movie for anywhere between $2 and $20 million. Wherein it doesn't actually have to make $700 million to be considered a success. God forbid. And I know this from talking with people and working on some of these movies myself. A lot of movies being made right now, studios and the executives running them, and the executive producers tasked with shepherding these films, they just do not know how to make movies for cheap anymore. They don't know how to do it.
Don't. No, we talked about that
they
with
really
Sinners,
don't.
Right? Like Ryan Ryan Coogler just taking the biggest check he could for Sinners.
Mm-hmm.
Like, well,
yeah.
I mean, luckily for you, it made its money, but
yeah,
that was a bit of a risk, man. Like, if you had made it cheaper, which you absolutely could have, right? Like, there's nothing in that movie that needed to cost. I don't know where the $90 million really like went to overall in that movie.
I like
right?
this came up on our stream, but I like the joke that Michael B. Jordan got paid twice.
twice.
Yeah, that's a good
Yeah, it
joke.
was just like,
Speaking of,
if you had made that for cheaper, you wouldn't have had to, there wouldn't have needed to be that like media push being like, hey, you're racist if you don't support the movie, go out and do it. Yeah, like because
there wasn't a big one for Sinners, but
no,
there
it
was.
wasn't that huge. But it was more like people being like, how dare you point out that it needs to make money when it
Yeah,
is,
yeah, that was what it was.
Yeah.
You're just rooting for it to fail. God, that was so annoying. Okay, so speaking of, so I mentioned that I think there could be a renaissance of independent filmmaking, and I think all it would really take is a few pretty high profile successes to have this come to fruition. One of the things I'm talking about here is that first of all, you got to get the budgets down. You're not going to have a success as an indie movie if you're making it for like too much money. If you're making a movie like Beau is Afraid, which I think was like $30 million, like, yeah, it's good fucking luck with that. You know what I mean? If you're gonna do weirder outside the box stuff, or stuff where there isn't the same broad appeal for everyone, for wider audiences, you got to get the budget down. But then the other thing that is kind of counterintuitive, and I think indie filmmakers, indie studios going forward that understand this will have success. And I think it's that the rule of thumb has been for a long time that you spend roughly 100% of your production budget on marketing. Now it's not always 100%, but let's say 80+% of your production budget on the marketing, right? That's been the rule of thumb when people are looking at box office estimates, trying to understand what it takes for a movie to make money. I think for indie films, you're going to need to crank that number up, because the way I see it, more time goes on, it's just getting harder and harder to get people's attention in this media landscape.
Yeah, for sure.
There's too many things competing for your attention, and it's only getting worse, in terms of, like shorts and reels and TikToks and mobile phone content and the news and games and all sorts of stuff. We're not living in the 1980s anymore. There are so many things competing for your attention, and the audience you want, they need to be aware, right? Because there is so much entertainment out there, people aren't going to search for it the way they used to, right? So you got to bring it to them, and you got to cut through the noise, and you got to spend a lot of money on marketing. So a quick example, right, of a recent film that managed to do this successfully. Anora, some of you may remember, it's a movie from last year. It won Best Picture. It was I think both of us agreed it was one of the best movies of last year. We liked it a lot. It's it's funny and sad, and it's got a really strong ending that ties it all together. It's a really interesting and stressful, tense, kind of wild movie, right? Anora cost $8 million to make, which is very low in the current scheme of things, right? So you might expect that they spent $8 million on marketing. That is not true. Anora, it was revealed, Neon, the production company or the distribution company, spent $18 million on marketing. $8 million for the movie, $18 million on marketing. That's a lot.
Dave will never forgive Anora for beating Amelia Perez, and you know what? That's fair. Anora stopped what should have been the cleanest sweep in cinema history. The
funniest outcome possible. Yeah, that would have been the cleanest sweep outcome. Yes. So that would be 225% of the production budget spent on marketing. I really do think this is the future, and this is the path that no one will want to take, because the idea, especially of an indie filmmaker that just wants to make a great movie, it's like, yeah, I get that you want to make a great movie, but if no one hears about it or knows about it, no one's going to see it. Why even spend all that time making it? Like, you got to get it in front of people.
Yeah.
And this is hard for people to come to terms with, but you're going to need to spend more marketing it than you did on the movie itself. That's like, if you want to, so let's talk about Anora. Anora was very successful in this regard. It cost $8 million to make. Let me quickly pull up the box office because I forget what it is off the top of my head. So $8 million to make plus 18 million. That's $26 million they spent on the film itself. It made 57 million. So it paid off.
Yeah,
it worked.
That worked out.
For a movie like Anora, $57 million
that's a big
is a
success,
lot.
actually. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yes. Exactly. So
yeah.
I think this is the future. I think it's more important than ever that you need to spend a ton of. It's not just that you spend a ton of money on marketing. It's obviously how you do it, and that's a much more complicated question. I'm not really in marketing, so that's a more specific question that you can.
Do you pay people to go and smile at baseball games to promote your movie Smile? Is that
a thing they did?
Yeah, they had people they paid them. They bought them tickets behind home plate, and the actors were just supposed to sit there and smile the
creepy
the creepy smile like the characters in Smile, and they would get on TV, and then they would just be like, yeah, there you go, see, Smile, go see it, everybody's talking about it.
Well, I think Smile did well.
Yeah, it did.
And that's why I mentioned earlier when they talked about Superman only spending $100 million on marketing. Yeah, fucking right. That marketing.
Oh yeah,
was
when they were saying, they're like, oh yeah, it was only $100 million in marketing, guys. No fucking chance. Because
Warner Brothers.
This is a $500 million movie, easy.
all yeah, total. So Smile, $17 million for the budget. Smile box office. 217. Yeah, so yeah, that did pretty well for them. And I think, marketing stunts like that definitely move the needle there. How much? Hard to say. That they would have a better idea of the metrics on that. But so there was a comment earlier that there's two comments I want to highlight because I think they reveal that there is a gap in the market for certain kind of films that people still really want, but no one's providing them. And so that's another opportunity for major studios, if they're willing to actually listen to what people want and give it to them, or for independent filmmakers that want to seize that gap. One of them that was mentioned a while ago was rom-coms. I've said this before. I'll say it again. The women yearn for rom-coms. Okay. And no one's giving them rom-coms, especially not good ones. The few that come out are not very good, or they haven't been good recently. Movies like Anyone But You, which was the Sydney Sweeney, Glenn Howard. No, not Glenn Howerton. What's the name? Glenn Powell. No, is that his name? What's the guy's name from Twisters, and he's in Top Gun Maverick? Glenn Powell. Yes, that's his name. Glenn Powell and Sydney Sweeney are in a rom-com that came out a couple years ago called Anyone But You. Everyone I've heard talk about that movie said it wasn't good, but every woman I know went to see it. Why? Because they want rom-coms. They want them very badly. They yearn for rom-coms, and we haven't given them good rom-coms in a long time. They're so desperate for rom-coms, in fact, that earlier this year, a movie called The Materialists came out with Dakota Johnson and Pedro Pascal, because of course, and Chris Evans. And it was marketed like a rom-com. And then people were like, wait a minute, there's no jokes in here. This isn't a comedy. It's just a romance movie. And so people are so desperate for rom-coms that they'll lie about movies to pretend they're rom-coms when they're not in order to sell them better. So that's a market that we don't really get the same way we used to. They used to be, a dime a dozen. Rom-coms, used to get them all the time, and they did well whether they were good or not, because women want rom-coms, and men want good rom-coms too. If you're a man and you think you don't like rom-coms, go see When Harry Met Sally. All right, that's the best one. I would argue it's not particularly close. Go watch When Harry Met Sally. That's a fucking great movie.
Yeah, and or you could watch Sleepless in Seattle, which is the poor man's When Harry Met Sally.
It sure is.
Or you could watch You've Got Mail, which is the poor man's Sleepless in Seattle.
Oh, that's so true. That is so true. So that's one that we don't really. There's an opening in the market there that any studio worth their salt would be trying desperately to fill. But since they won't do it, any aspiring indie filmmakers out there, Why don't you step up and give the people what they want? Another one is, this one's a bit more complicated because it's going to be hard to do on an indie level, but star-studded, large budget, broad comedies.
Yeah, well, Adam Sandler can only do so much for this
Yes.
audience, you know.
Yes.
Happy Gilmore 2 is coming out on Netflix because Adam Sandler has no just doesn't care.
Yeah.
And you know what? I saw the trailer for it, and I got to be honest with you, that looks like the funniest thing Adam Sandler might have done in the past 30 plus years. It's pretty. For once, he's not playing an adult retard, and that is something that I approve of. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
not sure there's going to be a bedwetting joke in this one, and I'm okay with that. I think he can move away from that comfort zone of comedy for him.
Yeah. Yeah, but like, I've rewatched in the past couple months a number of comedies that came out when I was in like high school and all that sort of stuff. Like that sort of era of comedies, of which we got many,
Superbad,
Anchorman and
Anchorman.
40-Year-Old Virgin, Superbad. And, I've watched a number of Tropic Thunder, those kind of movies. I watched a number of them recently. I really like them. They're fun. They're a lot of fun, especially like Superbad and Tropic Thunder. And I like Anchorman a lot too. Those movies are really funny. We don't really get movies like that anymore. Part of the problem is that all the superhero movies and things like that, or many of them for years now, have also just tried to be comedies. It's the Marvel humor problem that we've discussed before, that many people have discussed. Trying to make those movies into every type of movie. Often you get tonal whiplash. Also, the jokes don't land and they're really amateurly put together, so they sort of undermine the tension of scenes and all sorts of problems that have been discussed many times. But movies that are just out and out comedies where the goal is primarily just to make you laugh, they're not action movies that also have some jokes. They're not movies like Gone Girl, which are shockingly funny considering what the subject matter is about. Like just straight down the middle American comedies, especially broad ones with high budget ones with like kind of like wacky, insane premises that are mostly just vehicles for jokes. We don't get a lot of those anymore. I feel like there's a market for that. I feel like people would be really into that. It's been mentioned already. There's a new Naked Gun movie coming out that at least promises to be a very, very silly attempt to make you laugh for the whole runtime. Right? It doesn't like it's
the
just
most
a
I can hope
comedy.
for. Yeah, it looks just straight up comedy.
Yeah, I don't know whether it'll be any good. It looks like it might be okay, but if what's in the trailers is the best stuff, it's going to be rough. But hopefully they save some good jokes for the movie itself, because of course I really like the original. So we'll see what happens here. But yes, rom-coms and comedies in general, there's a big gap in the market there. People want those things, and they haven't really been getting them, or at least not good ones, for quite a while. So, I think the ground has been laid such that there are big gaps in the market, and there's opportunities for people to come in and have pretty big successes by providing people things that they've been starved of for a while, if they do it well and if they spend the money getting it in front of people. So that's my piece of advice for any aspiring filmmakers out there, or for any studio heads who may be listening. You're not, but if hypothetically you were listening.
Oh yeah, Spaceballs 2. They announced Spaceballs 2 for when is that supposed to come out? Hold on, let me check.
I don't know, maybe next year. I hope they revive OJ for a cameo. That'd be pretty funny. That would be pretty funny.
Well, he does have a cameo. He has a cameo in the trailer, kind of. Because they're all the police are like praying at the pictures of their fathers, and so you see like Leslie Nielsen's picture, and Liam Neeson is praying at his picture, and then it goes to the picture of OJ, and the black cop looks at the camera and then goes, nope, no, not gonna do that.
And I sort of exhaled quietly through my nose when I saw the wide shot of them all doing it at once in front of their respective pictures. Like, yeah, it's like, that's amusing.
Okay, yeah. Spaceballs 2 is slated for 2027.
Oh, geez. Okay.
And Mel Brooks is currently 99.
What? He's 99?
He is
Jesus.
he is 99 years old, and apparently in 2 years we're gonna get a movie.
That's pretty funny. Hey, he's doing great for 99. He's born in 1926. That's crazy. Good for him.
Yeah, Mel Brooks is gambling pretty well on being alive to
You know what
see
that
the
reminds
quest
me
for
of?
more money.
That reminds me of is Richard Linklater is working on a movie quite a bit like Boyhood that is filmed over the course of a really long time. I think it's like 20 or 30 years. He is doing an adaptation of Merrily We Roll Along, which is a musical in which the characters go through different stages of life and like there are big age and time gaps between different sections of the musical. And so he is filming that like Boyhood over the course of like 20 or 30 years. When I heard about this, I'm like, oh, you're already like, what is it, 60 or 70? How old is he now? He's Richard Linklater is currently 64 years old. And so I'm like, you're going to make a movie over the course of like 20 or 30 years. That's a risk.
Yeah.
That is
at that point, like, yeah, that's kind of
good
crazy.
luck with that.
Okay, so Mel Brooks is not going to be directing the movie. The marketing is already touting that he will reprise his role as Yogurt, the Yoda, the Yoda man.
Maybe they filmed his scenes already. Just
you have to, like, they probably maybe they just like got together with him and they're like, yeah, let's do this real quick. Like, okay, come on, like, we got to get this done. Josh Greenbaum is going to direct it, and he did a movie called Barb and Star Go to Vista Del Mar. That's his legacy.
Sure.
From a script written by Josh Gad.
Oh, no.
Our greatest living comedian.
Oh,
some might say.
He wrote the script?
Evidently.
I don't think I like that very much.
Well, like History of the World Part 2, that dropped a few years ago into the ocean of obscurity on Hulu, and that fucking sucked. So, like, I don't have as much as one of my coworkers on the day that Spaceballs 2 was announced, proudly declared, and I quote, "That looks like a winner." So I don't share Bob's confidence, but hey, he's got something to look forward to.
Josh Gad, like, I'm looking at his writing credits. It's literally nothing I've ever heard of. So that's not great news.
No, yeah, maybe it doesn't look like a winner.
Maybe it doesn't, indeed. So, that's sort of
I
that's
bet
a
you
decent
Happy Gilmore
segue
2 is going to do. Like, I mean, it's Netflix, but I bet you that does super well for them.
I would imagine. Yeah, he's been cranking out movies for Netflix for a while.
What's crazy is that the people that I talked to, like, I went to visit Idaho with my girlfriend's family a little while ago, and none of them had heard of Uncut Gems, right? Because, like, I'm talking about how much I liked it and everything. And they're like, oh, Adam Sandler, he's in that? Yeah. I was like, yeah. I was like, oh, I love Adam Sandler. I was like, yeah, it's a pretty good movie, Uncut Gems. Yeah, fun stuff. And he also, fun fact, he said something like, if I'm not nominated for an Oscar for this movie, I'm going to make the worst... I'm going to go to Netflix and I'm going to make the worst movie anybody's ever seen, right, as revenge. And, of course, he didn't get nominated for an Oscar. And they're like, oh, yeah, what'd he do? I'm like, he made Hubie Halloween. And the guy starts laughing, and he's like, oh, wait, really? I'm like, yeah, that was his goal with it. He's like, oh, I really like that movie. I'm like, oh. He's like, yeah, my whole family loves Hubie Halloween. I'm like, oh, yeah, that's, we forget. There is an audience for Adam Sandler's antics, and it's probably a lot bigger than we expect,
Yeah.
It's like the Fremen. There's more there's more than we anticipate out there in the desert.
You know, it's interesting because there's a lot of people like that, I think, who will like almost anything Adam Sandler does. You know, like that's obviously Uncut Gems isn't in the same category, right? As an Adam Sandler comedy, like the original Happy Gilmore or Big Daddy, whatever, that sort of stuff. But if Adam Sandler made another comedy like that, but it was actually good, I think those people would like it too. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I'd like, just to be clear, Kevo, by the way, this is not my girlfriend who enjoys Hubie Halloween.
This is
Bob, a
guy.
No, this is a guy that I met in Idaho on a trip. A guy, one of her cousins in Idaho, who loved this movie. Hubie Halloween was his Gone with the Wind.
Dr. Diddler, who has one of my favorite names in the chat. Tyler Perry is one of the richest black men on earth, and he produces low quality garbage on the regular. Yeah, he also cranks it out.
Yeah,
too.
He does.
I haven't worked on a Tyler Perry thing. I've been to Tyler Perry studios, but I haven't worked on a show myself. But I have worked with people who have, and one of the things they say is that on Tyler Perry shows that are basically filmed, they're like 3-camera sitcoms. They're filmed basically like, soap operas, essentially, incredibly fast. What they do is, because they're going through like, I don't know, 30, 40 pages of script a day, which is insane.
That's fucking crazy.
By the way, how do they do it? Well, one of the ways they do it is all the actors are wearing in-ear monitors for someone to feed them the lines in case they forget, and they have CG artists edit them out.
That's crazy.
All the actors are wearing them, apparently.
I've been seeing...
because they have to memorize so much dialogue every day, but they need to film it very, 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 very quickly to save money, and so they have people feeding them the lines in their ear and then editing out the earpieces. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, that's so. Dave, who asks, "Is this cousin special needs?" I mean, he lives in Idaho, so you read into that what you will. But
the way this is. Sorry, unless you had something.
No, I was going to say going on the Tyler Perry thing, I actually just found out 2 days ago that he has a TV show called Sistas that has been going for 9 seasons.
Yeah.
Which is
man.
That's
he's a busy boy.
Wild. In addition to all the rest of that stuff.
Well, see, part of the thing with him is that he's got a dedicated regular audience and he makes his stuff for cheap. So it doesn't have to appeal to everybody. Doesn't have to make $1 billion to be successful. He made it for dirt cheap,
Yeah.
But when we talked about some of the movies that are coming out, like ones written by Josh Gad for some reason, obviously it brings to mind the idea that all these things need to be good though. And we've definitely been seeing a sort of steady, possibly precipitous, depending on your perspective, drop in quality in the average movie over the past however many years. Writing has gotten a little worse, right? And so it brings me to the next point. And one of the reasons I mentioned that I think, we could have something of an indie movie renaissance here. Obviously, all of this hinges on the movies actually being decent or great, decent to great, right? They can't actually be bad to have any of this success, right? But I foresee a sort of collapse of LA and New York, but especially LA, as these sort of cultural centers of America. I think it's already happening in terms of less and less things being filmed there. A lot of people who used to live in LA, they lived in LA for years. Maybe they're moving to Arizona, something like that. Maybe they're moving to Texas. Maybe they're moving to Florida, wherever. They're getting out of California because California's run like dog shit. And they're not actually super competitive in the landscape of film tax incentives anymore and labor costs as a result of,
Wasn't Rob
the
Lowe
strikes.
Talking on a podcast a little while ago about how it was cheaper to fly an entire film crew to Ireland for a month than it would have been to shoot
it on the lot in LA.
Yeah.
And so there are a number of reasons for that. One is tax incentives. One is obviously labor costs that have just gone up quite a bit after the most recent strikes. So good job to everyone who strikes. Now there will be less jobs in the country at all. And so, and more people will get paid nothing, and some people will get paid slightly more. So good job, guys. That among the many other things that California is dealing with, the wildfires and the poor handling of it and all that sort of stuff. People are fleeing California. They have been for a while, but in terms of being cultural centers of America, LA especially, but also New York, is on the decline, right? It was a big deal when it was announced recently that, oh God, what movie? That the new Jumanji 3, like the third one of the
Kevin
Dwayne
Hart.
The Rock Johnson, Kevin Hart, that one was going to be filming in LA instead of Hawaii, because the original was filmed in Hawaii or something. It was a big deal. It was like news in the film industry world, because that's how few things are shooting in LA. LA recently, or California recently, they didn't up the percentage tax of the tax incentive, but they upped the amount that they give out every year, which is an improvement, but not really at all competitive with the crazy tax incentives of places. Well, Georgia's a lot better, New Mexico's a lot better, New Jersey's a lot better, but what's really a lot better, because labor is cheaper, is places like the UK and Canada and Australia, where they have insanely competitive tax incentives and the labor is cheaper. So a lot of things are going abroad, not to mention places like Budapest, where the labor is incredibly cheap and the tax incentives are very generous. So first of all, a lot of productions are moving. Obviously, a lot of these major studios are still based in LA, at least for the time being. Though you could reasonably see some of them moving in the future if things get worse for them. But they're sending their productions overseas. And I think a combination of those two things, like the creative professionals making all of this cultural content and entertainment, leaving LA and New York, and just things filming out of the country, we're seeing a sort of, fading in the prominence of LA and New York. And I think to a large degree, that could be a good thing, because I'm sick of LA and New York and the way culturally they dominate, the stories that are told and given to America in general, because they don't really represent most people, and sometimes for political reasons, sometimes for social reasons, ideological reasons. They seem to be not interested in giving people what they want in many respects. And in some cases giving them exactly what they don't want because they think it would be better for them. And I think I'm really sick of LA. I'm really sick of things set in LA. And I am ready for that to not be a cultural capital of the country anymore. So I think that would be a good thing. Obviously, the fact that so many jobs are leaving the country, that's not great for, people like me and friends I have in Georgia who want to keep working in the film industry and making movies and stuff like that. But I do think there's an opportunity there for other states to become sort of new little enclaves. I could see it spreading out quite a bit. It's not like they'll just pick one city and that will be the new Hollywood kind of thing. Obviously, Georgia will keep making things, but largely for reasons I won't bore you with, Georgia's tax incentives prioritize bigger productions and not little ones. So you don't see as much indie stuff coming out of Georgia. But Texas is really, there are a lot of people in Texas trying to push to make Texas the new Hollywood, and so we'll see what happens with that. But tides are turning, things are shifting in the film industry. And I think some of those things could be quite good for the overall health of the entertainment industry. But it really depends on how people take advantage of these opportunities. Which is all to say, things are happening. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Matthew McConaughey and Woody Harrelson revived their True Detective characters for a very plotting and long appeal to
Texas lawmakers,
Texas lawmakers, to get them to start incentivizing more production near Austin and everything, which a lot of people already consider to be the new LA, given how degenerate it's getting.
Yeah, there's a certain degree to which that sort of thing can't really be avoided without like a deeper introspection from the people leaving the places. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, well, you'd like to think that if they're fleeing to somewhere like Texas or Florida because they're better, that they would have some understanding that the way they're governed is part of why they're better.
Yeah.
But perhaps that's asking too much of some people.
Blank Face, thank you for keeping the entire channel alive today with these super chats. Thank you very much. I want Hollywood to keep filming in the UK because then they can't lie about budgets. Yeah, that'd be. I don't know.
That's something.
That's something. Kevo.
That's definitely a factor.
Yeah, Kevo, thank you very much. Then they move east into states like mine, and the average house cost shoots up to $1 million. Or to $1 million, I say we just push California off the U.S. You know what? Maybe Lex Luthor in 1978 was ahead of his time. Bomb
I will say
that fault line off. Make the Imperial Valley and Fresno beachfront property, and then maybe that'll solve all our problems.
A couple things I wanted to respond to. One is is we don't want to lose California as a state. All right, it's very naturally beautiful and resource rich. All right, we want a coup to overthrow the government there. We want regime change. We don't want to lose California. All right.
We going full mask off here. We're calling for. We're calling for.
All right. We want California. That's valuable real estate, guys. All right. It's a nice place, except for all the people. Not all the people, but except for the way it's run, California is actually fucking great. So we want to keep California. We can't get rid of it. It's good. It's good. Yeah. We want it. Dave L says tax incentives are inherently evil, allows the government to pick winners. No. Essentially, tax incentives properly constructed just allow people to keep more of the money they make as a result of what they naturally earn. There are different kinds of tax incentives, right? One tax incentive is literally the government this is how it works in places like the UK, where you just get a rebate. You spend this much money, we just give you cash, right? Essentially. And it's whatever the percentage is. I think it can be up to 40% of whatever you spend in qualified spend in the country. We'll just give you that cash. I think properly constructed, the better way of doing it is how it's done in places like Georgia, where I live right now, where you get a tax credit on what you would have had to pay in income tax based on what you earned. So you make a thing, you earn this much money from it. You don't have to pay X amount of money based on whatever percentage of money you've spent on qualified expenses in the state. So we're not giving you taxpayers money. We're just letting you keep more of the money you earn. I think that's a big and important difference. And I think that would actually be something people would be interested in. See, for example, in Texas, part of the problem, they had this whole star-studded campaign trying to appeal to Texas lawmakers to increase the film tax incentives. But a lot of people in Texas, I think rightfully, were like, we already don't have state taxes in Texas. That's one of the reasons it's already such a great place for business. You're asking to receive taxpayer money on top of that. Texans aren't going to go for that, guys. And I mean, they already have an incentive program where you can get a certain amount of, a certain, I think rebate is the word. But they wanted to up that. And I think they did up it a little bit, but not a whole lot, because I think beyond that, people aren't super happy about taxpayer money going to the film industry. But if it's you don't have to pay quite as much of what you earn, because generally speaking, in terms of incentivizing things you want, because the film industry is good for business wherever it happens, right?
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
A lot of money goes towards local vendors and local locations and actors and blah, 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 food, all that sort of stuff. But, when it's just, in general, in terms of incentivizing things you want, I think letting people keep more of their own money is the way to do it. That's just my personal perspective. But I think there are a lot of tax incentives like Georgia. I think New Jersey and New Mexico are both like this as well, where it's just a tax credit. Like in Georgia, but if you don't have tax that you owe in Georgia because you're not a Georgia-based company, you can sell the credit to a company in Georgia that does owe state tax, right? And so like if you had $100,000 worth of tax credit, but you have no use for it because you didn't make any, you don't have any state taxes to pay, you can sell it to a business who might pay like, $90,000 for it, kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Stuff like that. So I would not say that that is inherently evil, Dave L. But I do think people have a right to object to the government just handing out taxpayer money to films and to encourage them to come there. But that's what a lot of places in Europe and the Anglosphere world are doing to undercut American jobs, and I don't care for it. Anyway, Hope Cat says, and I agree, which is why I'm highlighting it, that we do need a more varied culture in the film industry, though. I think, that's sort of the main thing I'm getting at, is that like the dominance of
back in the 90s, a lot of things took place in Minnesota, and the Midwest. Like, let's get back to some of that, God, there was a movie, a Disney movie, maybe no, I can't remember what it was called. It's about a kid who like gets he becomes the owner of a Major League Baseball team, and it's the Minnesota Twins. He becomes the owner of the Twins. Home Alone takes place somewhere in the Midwest too, doesn't it? Like the original one, isn't it Chicago or something like that? There's a lot of stuff that was filmed and shot in Minnesota. Let's let them have something. Toss them a bone every now and then. Give Maryland a chance. Something besides The Wire.
Yeah. So I would like to see an end to this stranglehold that LA and New York have over American movies and television in particular. And I think spreading that out more to other places, you get more stories that take places and are filmed in other states. I think that's a good thing. In general, I would just love to see more places film where they take place as much as you can. Obviously tax incentives, incentivize filming, like if you have something that takes place in Mississippi, you probably film it in Georgia because you get a better tax credit, right? There are things like that. But in general, I think it always lends the movie a bit more authenticity and realism, and it feels more alive when it actually is filmed in the place where it takes place, because it's just something you can't really quantify about how much that, if you watch a movie like, I don't know why this one came to mind, but Christopher Nolan's Insomnia, that takes place in Alaska, the fact that it's shot in Alaska gives it something that it just would not have if it was in Vancouver pretending to be Alaska. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Blindside, thank you very much for the super chat. Says, here thing, I am do help too. Thanks, Blindside.
I do
appreciate you do help. Thanks.
Amir also sent a super chat earlier, a bit off topic, but do you guys have any hope for the upcoming Frankenstein? I don't know which one you're talking about. If you mean Guillermo del Toro's,
probably that's the one they mean.
Yeah,
that's the big one.
Well, like who knows how many more might be getting made, with it being in the public domain and all that.
It's possible.
Kinda. I mean, I like Guillermo del Toro for the most part. I didn't see his Pinocchio, but I did enjoy Shape of Water. I did, and I love Pacific Rim. I think that's a lot of fun. I think he knows how to have fun when he wants to. I am a little worried that his sympathy for the monster might overtake some of what continue to dilute, I guess I would say,
yes,
some of the lore and mystique around Frankenstein, because I think going back to the source material, you kind of find out that like the monster is not meant to be an overtly sympathetic figure. I think it's more meant to be like a pitiable figure, but something that is
pitiable
clearly,
is a good word for it. Like it can't help but be what it is, but what it is still a monster.
It's still a monster and still evil. Yeah. Like that is something that I think the book makes very, very clear. And I worry that his sympathy for the monster tendencies that he has, because that's just sort of what he's built his career on, I think they might contribute to the continuing dilution of that, and that's the main thing that I worry about with it. But I'm sure it's going to look cool. That's something that I am
Yeah.
sure will work.
He tends to get good performances out of his actors as well, so I'm reliably confident that it would be well acted and pretty well shot and have some really cool stuff in it. I just yeah, I have the same concern potentially about like, how he's going to approach the story that you do in terms of the themes and characterization. But what did I want to respond to here? There was do, 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 do. Oh, yes. Ironheart traded on filming in Chicago because she's black, but like I think it was just filmed in Atlanta. They're like, oh, Chicago's. I learned this from the EFAP on Ironheart because I didn't watch the show, but in all the marketing they're like, oh, it takes place in Chicago, and Chicago's a huge part of the story or whatever. But like most of it's just shot in Atlanta, and a couple establishing shots and landmarks are shot in Chicago, and that's it. Because almost all of it's just on stages. So it's like, I don't know if you're really leveraging the identity of a place like
By
that.
doing that, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like, you could have also just made it take place in Atlanta. It's not like Atlanta is a particularly small city on the black culture map, right?
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, exactly. I mean, it's yeah, it could have just been Atlanta. Atlanta doesn't play itself very often, except for in the show Atlanta.
yeah.
That was kind of nice.
Did you see Neil Druckmann drop off his own show after season 2 of The Last of Us predictably suffered from his writing? Yes, I did, and I think that's hilarious. Yeah, like, I think it's really funny that he somehow figured that the big thing that everybody hated that he wrote in the second game would play better to a broader audience of people who are even less inclined to go along with a like a really lame writing choice if you kill off a character that they really like. Yeah, like the mainstream audience who watches TV. My parents, for example.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I forgot. I thought there was something I was going to respond to, but I lost it. Oh well, I guess it wasn't important. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't remember what I was going to say, but that's sort of some broad thoughts about where the industry is going, what I think how it could reasonably change and still be successful, because every time the industry is in a little bit of a flux, you'll get people like, I like the Red Letter Media guys in general. I think Best of the Worst is a great show. But sometimes when they talk about the future of the industry, they have this like, as it's the end of movie theaters. And it's like, no, it isn't. No, it isn't. They would have ended by now. Like
Yeah.
people
People are still going to
Lilo
see
and Stitch made the shitty, soulless, worthless remake of Lilo and Stitch made $1 billion. Okay, theaters aren't dead; they're not going anywhere. There's just certain kind of things that aren't performing in theaters the same way anymore. One of the reasons I think, um, family movies aimed at a broad audience are part of what's really doing really well in theaters when other things aren't, is because a lot of other things that maybe would have, like movies for adults, we could broadly call them, it's kind of a lame term, but that sort of stuff has really been taken over by television. I think a
Yeah.
lot of the stuff, those kind of more niche movies, more aimed at adults, a bit more mature, that's what, like a lot of that stuff is in television now. And honestly, it's been a pretty dismal year for movies, but there's been some pretty good TV this year. So I think, not that all TV coming out is good, of course, but like I think that's another interesting thing. Part of the general, like, there's just so much entertainment coming in from so many different places. Like, TV is, I don't know about like the financial prospects of like streaming only television shows, but like, because it's hard to tell with the metrics on them sometimes. But, there's been some good television just in terms of the writing stuff. I have to get you to watch season 2 of The Rehearsal, Hugh, because you'll love it.
Yeah.
It's so funny. So unbelievably funny. I just finished The Righteous Gemstones, which is an okay show. Like, there are plenty of really funny bits along the way, but I'm not going to call it great. But I just think Danny McBride is really funny. But obviously Andor season 2 came out. this year, and there's other stuff too. I think what Shogun was last year, right?
Yeah, Shogun was last
But
year. That one kicked ass, man. That was great.
people people really like Severance. I still haven't seen Severance. Severance is the kind of show that I'm worried is going to be a mystery box show that doesn't stick the landing. So I'm kind of waiting for it to completely finish and people to still say it's good before I give it a shot. Because I'm just I don't want to be let down by something like that I sink so many hours into. But provided that happens, I'll definitely check it out at some point.
Filthy Casual, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the super chat. Says, do you think we have a decrease in writing quality or entertainment value quality problem? Feels to me like bad movies are miserable lectures now. I think I think you've hit it on the head. It's pretty much both, right? Like the lack of quality writing leads to poor entertainment value because they're not writing stories about people overcoming like characters that you want to see, appealing characters who you want to see overcome a problem, overcoming that problem. They're writing movies that are designed to lecture to you about why things that you believe are actually bad and incorrect. And
yeah, it's
yeah.
You know, painting with a broad brush can be difficult here, but you certainly see examples of it a lot. So one example might be something like Ironheart, which just feels like it's 2 or 3 years too late for this particular wave of like, oh, female superhero character that like actually, if you really look at what they do and how they act, they're like very selfish and almost villainous, but the show is desperate to have you perceive them as equally heroic as male characters who have like self-sacrificed and all sorts of other stuff to save the world, and they have like remarkably selfish motives. And a lot of times it's the classic like Ray or Captain Marvel thing where it's like, oh, you just need to learn that you're actually great on the inside all along, instead of like having to learn discipline and self-mastery and stuff like that. You know,
Yeah,
that sort of thing is maybe on the wane a little bit now. You know, certainly like that wasn't what Superman was, for example. Like going into Superman, I wasn't really sure if Superman was going to be really kind of noxious in terms of its themes and values, and you know, a sort of like tiresome social political lecture, woke for lack of a better term, kind of ethos, or whether it was just going to be kind of mind-numbing, vague platitudes that really say nothing. And it was the latter, which I suppose is slightly better, you know?
yeah.
But so it's a combination of both, because obviously taking Superman as an example, I don't think Superman is well written at all. It's certainly appealing to people right now. You're getting a lot of positive reviews. A lot of people are really happy with it because it isn't a miserable lecture the way some things have been recently. But I don't think it's enough to not be a miserable lecture. I think it actually needs to be good beyond that. And I think the distinction is that, like, even though it's getting a lot of praise right now and a lot of attention and all that sort of stuff, I think Superman 2025 just doesn't stand the test of time, ultimately.
I don't think it will either.
It just doesn't have any lasting impact because it's not enough to just not be a miserable lecture.
Yeah. And one of the things that I want to point out too, Dr. Diddler mentioned this, and a few people have also talked about it earlier in the chat. People are moving. He says, I think it's funny that people are moving to anime to supplement the bad writing in shows now, but a lot of animes are poorly written, but with boobies. And then he wanted to clarify, not that I do not like the titties. Which, like, you know, I understand that. I wonder, too, if, like, maybe some of the influence... Because I don't watch a lot of anime, but from what I understand, a lot of the ones that are extremely popular do sort of have that, like, martial arts story built into it, just by virtue of being like, you know, oh, the techniques that you have to learn, and the next guy you have to overcome, right? The next villain you have to overcome, and all these things, right? So there is that element of discipline of character, and, you know, learning to, you know, like, put your friends before yourself, or like put others before yourself, that even though the stuff around the sides is not great, you know, it's not like masterfully written, it's kind of pumped out really rapidly to feed an industry that just like kind of relies on weekly comic releases, from what I understand anyway. And you can correct me if I'm wrong about that, but it seems like that's what it is. Like that sort of more traditional story of heroicism is very popular. And if you can't get it from Superman, from James Gunn's Superman, you'll go get it from something else like Demon Slayer or One Piece. Right? That's where you'll go. You'll just pick it up there.
Yeah. And I think there's a degree to which, because so many things have gotten so bad that like the bare minimum avoidance of the worst of what films and stories have been for the past 10 years is going to feel like enough at first for a lot of people. It's like, well, at least it wasn't atrocious. You know what I mean? And you can sympathize with that a bit, because I like actually loathe Man of Steel. I hate that movie. Watching this, I'm like, there is a part of me that's like, at least it wasn't that. It was far less miserable than that. And I have problems with this characterization, but like it was better. But then the other part of me is just like, yeah, but this is still really lame. And so part of the problem with how far standards have sunk, generally speaking, is that managing to do better than that will seem like, oh my God, like a beautiful breath of fresh air. Will it last? Not really. But in the short term, something like this, or anything that manages to avoid being completely noxious and insufferable, will feel like, oh, this is great. We're back, baby. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Whereas I think Fringy was right to point out, or whoever it was, maybe it was Lil Platoon, that like if this movie, Superman 2025, if this movie came out in 2005, people would be like, this is bad. You know what I mean? Like I think they would be more willing to just look at what this is in terms of the plot and be like, this is a mess. This is not nearly as good. But because it's surrounded by so much that is arguably a lot worse, like this plot might be on par with some of the other plots and what I would describe as so much worse. But because I think people really care more about characterization and theme fundamentally than they do about the plot. I think the average audience member watches Top Gun Maverick and like finds a really likable, heroic character, and generally people trying to do the right thing, working together and overcoming an obstacle, and like a vision of heroism and bravery and all that stuff. And they're not really bothered by how little the plot of Top Gun Maverick actually makes sense if you think about it. It's just a lower priority for them. Obviously, it's great and it's best when all of those things are working, and the best movies of all time do all of those things well, and they would prefer it if the plot was good. But really, ultimately, it's not nearly as important, I think, for a lot of people. And I think this is functioning like that to a degree.
This is functioning that way. I think anime functions that way for people as well, because like there's a debate going on a little bit about like how well written are animes, and I from the few that I've seen, I tend to agree that most of them are not written particularly well. But it's the themes that people like really like, they
and characters,
yeah, and characters. There's sex appeal involved as well, right? But like they do rom-com animes also, which I think like that is something that people, like they're finding it somewhere. It's just not at the box office,
Yeah, or not very frequently anymore. Blankface tells us to watch Memoir of a Snail. I'm going to put that on my list because I did like a previous movie by this director called Mary and Max. I remember liking that. It's been ages, but I remember liking it. So I've heard good things about Memoir of a Snail, so I'll definitely check that out. Appreciate the recommendation and the super chat. Also, Sir Marhouse says, I have been reading... Sorry, Sir Marhouse, thank you for the super chat. I've been reading lots of manga recently, and the bad is just old bad, but the stories tend to explore interesting questions or premises and are usually consistent. Sad the West isn't doing that more. I think that is a kind of a worthy distinction. Yeah. Like there's old bad, which is like what like X-Men The Last Stand is and stuff like that. Yeah. It is a different kind of bad than like what's it called? Like Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. It's a different flavor of bad.
That's true.
And
like the Star Wars prequels are a different flavor of bad from the Star Wars sequels.
That is certainly true. That is certainly true. And but the stories tend to explore interesting questions and premises and are usually consistent. Yeah. with regards to Superman, like genuinely, to anyone who liked it, who might be listening still at this point, did it explore interesting questions? Really? Like, it kind of teased certain questions and then didn't really. I don't think this movie really explored any interesting, timeless questions about what it means to be a human. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
I
don't.
just
I think a lot of people have resonated with it in from what I've been able to glean from a lot of the memes and everything that are going around because of the geopolitical circumstances that we find ourselves enticed
can we
by
talk about
today.
that? We haven't talked about that
We
yet.
haven't. We avoided that topic because yeah.
Really quick before we jump into it, because I did want to talk about that because it's funny. I think
Okay.
Pie Guy with another super chat. Thank you very much. Says the best Superman movie is Iron Giant. I love the Iron Giant. It's been ages since I've seen it. I know Superman is referenced in it, but when I hear people say like, "Oh, it's the best Superman movie," I'm like, am I just not remembering how similar it is to Superman? I'm not getting that connection, but maybe it's just because I haven't seen it in years and I need to rewatch it.
Yeah, I don't. It's been a long. I don't think I've seen that since I was a kid.
I would like to watch it again because I remember it being absolutely fantastic, but I'm not remembering why it's so Superman related. But maybe I'll find out when I rewatch it.
So
Let's talk
let's
about
talk about this. So real quick, Blankface says, "Oh yeah, Superman is apparently anti-Semitic." Now the thing that you would be forgiven for being confused by, is that Superman being anti-Semitic is a good thing, apparently.
Okay.
But let's talk about it. Let's
we
get
need
into
to
it.
back up. So most of you will have seen this movie if you're still here, but for those who haven't, Superman 2025, kind of core to the story, is a geopolitical conflict that Superman gets involved in between two countries, Baravia and
Jalimpor, yes.
Jalanpur, right. We did mention earlier that Baravia is very Russia, Eastern European coded. And Jalanpur is just a diverse collection of brown people, and obviously the name sounds very Indian. Now, the conflict in the movie is that Baravia is invading its neighbor Jalanpur, right? And Superman, before the start of the movie, goes to prevent that from happening. He apparently, we're told this, we don't see it. He like destroys some tanks and some of their equipment, prevents them from invading Jalanpur, doesn't actually kill anyone in the process, then grabs and threatens the president or prime minister, whatever, of Baravia and says, "Hey, if you invade Jalanpur, bad things will happen to you." So he stops that from happening. And then the big argument between him and Lois Lane that Superman does not handle well is over whether that was a wise thing to do. Why? Because Baravia is an American ally, and he did it unilaterally without talking to America about it. So Baravia is Russian coded in some respects, but also it's an American ally that is doing bad things on the world stage, and there's a question about whether we should be supporting them or not. So it doesn't take a rocket scientist to notice that, broadly speaking, there's an Israel coding thing happening there. Now, what you notice as the movie goes on is that it's a weird mix of the Russia-Ukraine conflict and the Israel-Palestine conflict,
yeah.
from a left-wing perspective of those conflicts, I should mention. It's
Yes.
a weird blend of those two that are blended so much that ultimately it actually kind of fails to resemble either. So when people are like, "Oh, Baravia is obviously Israel," and it's like, okay,
Well,
but also
not really.
it's like Russia coded, and they're launching a war of aggression on their neighbors. So there's obviously some Russian stuff in there too. And so like you can't really say it's one or the other. It's a weird blend of both. And like is Jalanpur Gaza or Ukraine? It's like it's kind of Ukraine coded, because one of the things they mention is the corruption, and that the that the government in Jalanpur isn't especially great. As you know, that comes up in the conversation
very
of whether
briefly. That comes like it's just like, oh yeah,
yes,
they're
very
ruled by a
briefly.
dictator, and then they do nothing with that, right? So like the
Oh,
idea
they
is
don't.
that
Baravia.
Baravia. Yeah, so Dave L mentioned that Barovia, which I was calling it at first, is the country or whatever from the Curse of Strahd D&D module, which is the D&D module that I've been running for my friends. So that explains why that's like first on my mind.
Yes.
But
Okay.
yeah, so they mention very offhandedly that like the excuse for Baravia invading Jalanpur is to liberate its people from the dictatorship of Jalampur's government. And
Yeah.
Lois Lane in the interview sort of makes some concessions. She's like, yeah, no, like they're ruled by a dictator. Like she briefly mentions and acquiesces to the idea that like, yeah, no, Jalampur is ruled by a dictator and its people are brutally oppressed. But it's still not okay because
Baravia to invade them.
Baravia is doing this out, like Baravia is using that as an excuse
For territorial
for
conquest,
basically for
essentially.
territorial conquest, for a land grab.
Ultimately is revealed that they are just doing it for territorial conquest, and part of their deal, of their corrupt deal with Lex Luthor, is they're going to give half of the conquered Jalampur to Lex Luthor to start his own country. We'll just set that aside because that's just crazy and funny and ridiculous. So the question, because it is come up, is like to what degree this is reminiscent of and or intended to be reminiscent of Russia and Ukraine and Israel Palestine. I think it's quite obvious that it's an odd blend and amalgamation of both of those conflicts as well as other historical conflicts, right? And
Yeah.
the point is that ultimately it's not really supposed to be an allegory for either. Now, there's a couple arguments that you will hear, and they've already played out in chat. Dave L says that giving Gunn a bit of, let's see, supposedly Gunn finished the script before October 7th, so it's not a definitive allegory. But then someone else pointed out, like, yeah, but these conflicts have been going on for way longer than that. And so, yeah, there's an obvious, it's kind of hard not to notice that there is some influence on how this plays out from the Israel-Palestine conflict and the Russia-Ukraine conflict. And it's really kind of those two specifically. For all the talk of he finished the script before October 7th, A, that conflict has been going on for fucking ages. And B, he kept rewriting it as he went. You know what I mean? Like he was like, it wasn't locked in place. He was still, things were changing and stuff like that. He said as much that like 90% of it or more is finished, but certain details are being adjusted. Right. So obviously both of those conflicts are having an influence. I think you'd be hard pressed to pretend like they aren't having an influence, whether that influence is intentional or just kind of subconscious. Like, okay, well, we need a villain country who's invading another country for bad reasons. What should they be like? Well, they should be Russian coded. Like it's so obviously like Eastern European, especially Russian, right? So like obviously he's kind of drawing on the sort of background conflicts that are happening in the world in terms of how he characterizes things here. Now, but ultimately you watch it and you go like, yeah, it's similar to both, and as a result it's neither.
So yeah, like because when you're watching the movie, the reasonable thing to conclude after analyzing this, and thinking about it, having a good little think in the theater, is that it is not a direct correlation. You cannot graft either of these conflicts directly onto this. And so, broadly speaking, this should not be a flashpoint for your world, for your take on how Israel and Palestine is playing out. This is a Superman movie. It's not particularly well thought out in that regard. It's just like on this, like it's very surface level, if at all, should you be reading into it. What people on the internet have done
on the other hand
is the exact opposite of that. And they essentially view this movie as Superman saying that Israel is wrong. Israel is
Yeah.
blanket in the wrong for everything they've been doing, and they are like, like people on the internet have been saying, this is affirmation that Israel is in fact the most evil genocidal country in the world, and deserves to have their president dropped from midair by a
Hawk Girl.
screeching suicidal Latina.
So, yes, to the people out there who are saying, see, Superman says free Palestine. No, that's not what's happening in this. To the people who are like, oh my God, James Gunn made an anti-Semitic film. It's like, no, that's not what's happening in this.
What's happening. That did not.
Everyone
neither of
needs
those things
to
happened.
Relax. Obviously, those two conflicts being so prominent on the world stage are having an influence when he's deciding how to characterize these fictional countries. But if classic way, very politically brained people misinterpret art is they just ignore the parts that don't fit their theory, right?
Yes.
If you take the sum total of everything that is in this movie, you can't graft it onto either because it's a weird mix of both. And those two conflicts are actually quite dissimilar in many respects, many important respects. And I think trying to pretend it's either one or that it's really saying anything about either is kind of a fool's errand. The most you could take away in terms of a political stance that the movie confidently takes is that war is bad and you shouldn't do war for evil reasons.
Yes, and people are basically using that as a way to say, oh, Superman hates Israel. Superman wants Israel to stop because they're the only ones pushing war in this conflict, right? The other side doesn't want anything to do with it. They just want to wash their hands of it and go on living their peaceful lives. That's totally like complete. The other side has no involvement whatsoever. No, it's that's what people are taking this to mean. I do not know how you come out of this movie like with a functioning critical thinking thought in your head. How you come out of this movie believing that Superman advocates for either side in this conflict.
Dave L. with a very funny joke says Superman is going around the Middle East outing Israeli spies by using his X-ray vision to see who's circumcised. That's good.
Shit. That's
funny. Really good. Jay Jamison says interventionism to prevent war is good. That is sort of what the movie thinks. If you pressed James Gunn on it, he'd probably be like, well, not always.
It is what the movie thinks by the end, right? But like the first half of the movie is predicated on the idea that it is a controversial thing and maybe not the smartest thing for Superman to have gone in and intervened in stopping a war. That maybe...
But then ultimately he was right to because it was just as simple as he thought.
Yes, exactly. Ultimately he is vindicated because actually there is no real complexity to this. He actually was right. Maybe we should just trust Superman is basically the end of it. Plus, he came in, right? He leaned the president of Baravia against a cactus, right? So he tortured him. Minorly. Minor torture, but still, speaking. I've been poked by a cactus. It fucking hurts, right? It's a minor torture. But he tortured him and basically went like, "Hey, if you cause trouble again, or else
bad things will happen to you." Yeah,
don't you cause trouble again, or else.
Or else sounds like one of his neighbors from Krypton.
Man, that's actually really funny. So like Superman does that, and he is kind of torn a new one by the movie at the beginning. Anyway, it's just like, wait, you did what? You tortured him, and he's just like, well, I put him against a cactus. They're like, yeah, that still counts, dude. And he kind of has like a meltdown over this, very reasonable assessment of what he did, right? But then by the end of the movie, Hawk Girl just drops the guy from mid-air and kills him. And
Yes.
that's viewed as a positive thing by the time we come
Yes.
around to the end.
Because James Gunn is a coward, and narratively speaking, in this movie, because he wants Superman to be, against killing people and have he understands that he should probably be against murder and things like that. He doesn't want to kill people. But James Gunn clearly wants, in his own mind, the president of Bravia to die because he feels he deserves to die. And so he just has someone else do it. It's like, great. Thanks. Like, you know what I mean? That just feels like an act of narrative cowardice, in my opinion. Yeah, I didn't like that choice at all.
No, I hated that, actually. It was like, wait. Because now she looks like a villain, right? Because, like, the whole point of the big first half of the movie was Superman shouldn't be doing this, and if he does, that causes huge implications for what the world is going to look like moving forward. Let's just ignore the fact that metahumans have been around for 300 years at this point.
Please,
according to
I can't
the movie,
wait to ignore that.
because like this cannot be the first time that a superhero team has intervened in a war. All right, 300 years. I assume that World War II still happened, right? And you're going to tell me that none of the superheroes intervened in stopping the Nazis, the spread of fascism in Europe? Blow me. But if we're if we're gonna get into this idea, right, like, and that didn't cause any problems or any resentment in Germany at all, right? Oh yeah, no, like some fucker dressed in, some fucker with superpowers dressed in a stupid costume showed up and killed our leader who we elected. Like none of them are gonna have a problem with that. Get out of here. But Superman was being excoriated for like going in and kind of just finger wagging at the guy, maybe with a little bit more of a prickly side, with the cactus involved. But then by the end of it, it's like, actually, maybe we should just let him kill people. And actually, maybe that's a good thing. Maybe it's a good thing that we can kill the evil ones by just like dropping them from
tall heights,
from midair, dropping them from 14,000 feet, and
I think it's
like lasagna on the pavement.
It's the movie's hostile to interesting or nuanced ideas, I would say. Ultimately, it takes the really cheap, lazy, surface level way out of every narrative problem it sets for itself. Not a fan of it. For example, we have him be really concerned with and value quite highly life of all forms, not just human life. But then there's a sort of like mind-controlled clone of himself that he fights later and that he kills with no problem and doesn't have really any sort of problems with,
well, he never uses his fucking laser eyes when he's in the big fight. Like he almost gets killed at the beginning of the movie, but it's pretty heavily implied he never even attempts to use his laser eyes to zap the guy. Which, like, that's a problem that I have with a lot of Superman media. Like, if you keep watching Justice League, Jamie, you'll notice Clark forgets that he has laser beam eyes all the fucking time. Especially in situations where it would behoove him to use his laser beam eyes.
I'm sure it would. A couple things I wanted to highlight here in the chat. One, Georges Rex says, not to ruin a joke, but Muslims are also circumcised. And then I Googled it and I was like, wait, is that true? It is true. I didn't know that. You learn something new every day. Thanks,
no wonder
Georges
they
Rex.
can blend in. No wonder the Jews can blend in with them so well.
Then blank face with yet another super chat. Thank you very much. Says, what do you think of the design of Superman's suit? Personally, I'm not a fan of all the random lines. Feels like a design made by a comic book writer who thought, I need to make it different. I think there's some truth to that. I didn't mind the costume, really. I thought it was perfectly fine. I don't love the design of the S logo. Where's the bottom part of the S? It just feels incomplete to me.
Yeah.
The lack
it does
of the
kind of feel
S.
Hold on, let me see if I can find the
It's on the screen if that helps you.
Yeah, no. I'm looking for, I get that, jackass. I'm looking for
but with regards to the sort of lines highlighting his sort of like collarbones and stuff like that, those are all fine. I'm glad they didn't like build in like fake abs into the suit like some superhero costume designs do that, and I think it's kind of cringe. I'm okay with the red tights or the red trunks. His costume's all fine. I would say it's not my favorite. I like the one in Superman 78 the best of all the live action ones I've seen so far. I don't get as hung up on costume design, but the big thing that bothers me about it is the S logo. The fact that it's not really an S.
Yeah, I can't find a good one that I can save and put up on screen, but it reminds me very much of the way his outfit looked in the new 52 comics, which again, they leaned more into the sort of gonzo, bizarro world that I think James Gunn really likes, so it made sense
Clearly,
to me to include that.
What was I going to say? Oh, though I think to your point, there's certainly a spirit running through this whole movie of like, I need to make it different.
Yeah, very much so.
I think there's certainly, he feels like he needs to put his stamp on it, and his stamp is my least favorite part, to put it broadly. But yeah, what does the S stand for? Porno music. Yeah, I don't care for this S design. The logo itself, it looks incomplete to me. Not a fan. The costumes do need to be different for the toys and nothing else. Yeah, it's a merchandising thing as well. But I think in general, it's just like his needs to be different and unique, which is not terrible when it comes to certain details like the costume, But like, I don't know. Making Jorel evil, for example, definitely feels like I need to make it different. Because does he really leverage it to do much? No. He doesn't really leverage it to do much, narratively speaking. Ultimately, it's just kind of like, he realizes that his real parents were the Kents. And it's like, you should have known that already. Like, what? What are you doing? Anyway. The S stands for sex, which Clark needs to do much of. That's true. It's a reminder. Hey, get busy, bucko. Yeah. So, when you see people talking about the geopolitical implications of Superman, just know that they're being a little ridiculous and they're just reading whatever they want to into it. That's the short version.
Like a lot of the things that I've seen talking about how much they love this movie and how refreshing it is like, I just love hearing Superman say, "Stop killing people," or like, people were going to die, and it's just like, because that's just, people who support Israel just don't seem to understand that. I'm like, oh, and the Palestinians do? Is that what we're trying to
Let's not go too far in this direction. I just don't want to bother.
I don't want to get too far off on there, but it's not like one side is just like causing trouble just to cause trouble. Like, there's a lot deeper of an implication here, but like, the people are taking it in that way, right?
Yeah, and people love it when their favorite fictional character says the thing they already agree with.
Yeah,
it makes them feel all warm and fuzzy inside. And it's like, to your point though, this movie is like, it definitely doesn't map onto any of the conflicts because it's so absurdly simplistic. Like Jalanpur, when you see them on screen, they're not even like one national or ethnic group at all. It's just they got every brown extra they could. It's so unbelievably diverse, which is another part of the general sort of like, I don't know, progressive coding of this whole conflict. But like, except for the fact that they're portrayed as being under the rule of a dictatorship, they just seem like perfectly peaceful. They're like, oh no, don't invade us. You know what I mean? It's just like, what conflict is that? You know what I mean? I don't know.
Their whole thing is like, instead of Death to America flags, what they have is a Superman flag, and they chant Superman.
See, Dr. Diddler, he knows what I'm saying here. Sonic the Hedgehog says trans rights. Choo choo. Yeah. Like,
trans
that's oh, did he say trans rights? Yeah, I just read it as trans rights. But that's how people approach it nowadays. Yeah. It's either that, or it's like, shipping characters and being like, oh my god, when they kissed, I came. Stuff like that.
Boy, it sure was stunning and brave of Disney to make those two lesbians kiss in Star Wars. Don't we just love the gays? Yeah.
Good is good. Give peace a chance. I turn off brain and feel good. Yeah, that's basically Superman in a nutshell. So with regards to the general, we talked about it before, like standards falling and certain like major Hollywood films avoiding certain things that audiences obviously want to see, often for like ideological reasons. Like that we get them at all feels like a breath of fresh air, but I would say it's a pretty low bar. Like that Clark and Lois have a romance in this that feels just sort of normal and genuine and earnest, and the movie doesn't shy away from, them saying I love you. And that the romance part of this is something that has been really lacking in a lot of superhero media for quite a while now. And so seeing it at all makes people go like, "Oh, nice, we're so back." And it's like, this is a very low bar. I don't think these characters are very well characterized or that their relationship is very meaningful or deep, but I suppose it is nice to just see a normal romance on screen in a superhero movie. You know what I mean? The way it was actually kind of shockingly refreshing when that first Wonder Woman movie didn't have her be this super crazy like feminist where she doesn't need a love interest. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it was actually kind of refreshing in that first movie. I don't think anyone predicted that she would have that like romance with Chris Pine that was like actually kind of genuine in that movie.
kind of appealing and genuine and yeah. I don't, and you know what else? I don't think anybody predicted the direction it would take
in 1984.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like, I suppose you get some credit from people for just depicting normal things that they like seeing, especially when they've been starved for them for a little bit. And so that's enough for a lot of people. But ultimately, I think if you look at all the, romances and these sort of adventure stories, not just superhero stories, like this is pretty low on the list, guys. Like there's not really much to their relationship. Like what is there really to say about Lois as a character when it's all said and done?
She's very punk rock. She questions everything.
She wants to be a good reporter and she likes Superman because of course you do. Like, I don't know. There's not much to it, but I suppose that's enough for a lot of people.
Yeah. She's shy about her feelings and letting herself be vulnerable. Yeah,
I guess so. Yeah, I suppose that's something.
And that's how many conversations do they have? 2? Yep, pretty much.
Yeah,
that's it. 2 big ones.
Yeah.
They get in a big fight, and she says, "I knew this would never work." And then she sort of blames herself, and it's really kind of just like, no, nobody watching was blaming you. No, he actually seems like an immature dick a little bit, actually, which is not what you want from Superman.
Yeah, I mean, if I were her in that scene, I wouldn't be very impressed with how he handled himself, that's for sure.
Yep. And also the fact that he's been giving himself interviews the whole time, and then this is how he reacts when somebody else interviews somebody who is like incredibly friendly with him, like somebody who very conflict of interest is out the huge in this interview scene. Yeah.
Jegson Voorhees says, "I didn't like Crypto. He was just there to get easy emotion from the audience, and the whole time I couldn't stop thinking about how dangerous he would be to everyone and everything." Yeah, I didn't like Crypto in this movie either. I'm a big dog guy. I like dogs. In general, I thought I didn't like the criticism people had that it was just emotionally manipulative and cheap in Guardians of the Galaxy 3, the rocket stuff. I thought the rocket stuff was, in hindsight, the only really good, strong part of that movie. I thought it was actually quite strong. But in this movie, I did not really vibe with Crypto at all.
Now, I was not a fan.
I was annoyed every time he was on screen. So one of the big annoyances I had for like the first 90% of the movie before it was eventually revealed that it's not his dog, it's Supergirl's. I was just like, why isn't his dog better trained? Like, part of wanting to see Superman as a sort of paragon of virtue and as an admirable character is like, well, wouldn't he have a better trained dog than that? Like it's so in keeping with James Gunn's whole interest in storytelling that this is a misbehaved mutt instead of like a well-behaved, I don't know. Usually Crypto is more of a purebred dog. I couldn't tell you what breed.
Usually I envision him as like a yellow lab,
Yeah,
like, or a
exactly.
white golden retriver, you know, like
Yeah, kind of
like, yeah.
straight down the middle, well-behaved family dog kind of thing, you know. But I was annoyed with how poorly behaved and trained Crypto was, and I was like, why can't Superman be a better dog owner, essentially? So every time Crypto came on screen and Superman just kind of went like, stop biting me, and he's just causing all this ruckus, I'm like, it was not reflecting well on Superman's character for me. It just felt like more of this, like, well, we should make him be relatable instead of like admirable, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it was, well, and yeah, it was kind of odd because I was just like, wait, why does he's upset that the dog has destroyed parts of the Fortress of Solitude, right, at the beginning of the movie, and he's like, hey, what the hey, dude, I told you not to do that, and it's like, I'm like, dude, it's a dog, like that's not gonna teach it, right? Like this is not, but then he talks to the robots and it's like, well, we feed the canine, but deep down it knows that we are just automatons and do not really care if it lives or dies, right? And it's just like, so wait, are you telling me that that's how Superman feels? That he doesn't care if the dog lives or dies? Like, and then he just like walks out, right? And he doesn't. I'm like, the dog's like a fucking superhero, man. Like, why are you not, like, it's backup? Like, why the Crypto that I am familiar with is like the one from the cartoon in the 90s or like early 2000s, right? And that dog was like an extension of Superman, right? So I was just like, why would he not want his backup involved in this? Like, they put a little cape on it. What else do they? Who's the cape for?
Yeah, a couple people in the chat all saying correct things as far as I can tell. Because modern day people aren't mean to their dogs at all, which means you can't discipline or train your dog even if it misbehaves. There's definitely some of that. Usually Crypto is drawn like a white Labrador or a white Golden Retriever. Yeah, it's kind of obvious why you'd pick a dog like that instead of a mutt for Superman. Dr. Diddler says that's because people that can't control their dog are annoying as hell.
Yeah,
correct.
That annoys the ever-loving shit out of me. Like,
and he adds, Dr. Diddler does, and a superpowered dog he can't control is actually a liability to the fragile people of Earth. Yes, correct.
He makes a comment about like not wanting to leave the dog with his parents because he was afraid it was gonna kill his parents' cows.
Yeah, we even see it with the cows, and it's just playing with them. So, like, first of all, that didn't make a lot of sense to me. But like, he's going to kill them. Jesus,
it doesn't even fucking kill the monkeys. Like later on, right? Like,
yeah.
Which I legitimately was worried they were gonna do that. That they were gonna have Crypto just like tear a head off of one of Lex's evil monkey slaves.
Jegson Voorhees says, if I recall correctly, Crypto is based on Gunn's IRL dog. Yes. He said he had to sit on his counter while writing the script because it kept biting his ankles.
He did say that, and he did do that.
He said that? Oh my god,
yeah, dude! He got a rescue dog, and he decided.
But you need to train it. Yeah. You need to fucking train it, James.
Yeah, god damn it, James.
If it's biting your ankles while you're trying to work, you need to correct that behavior. What are you doing? Stop being a pussy and train your dog. I don't know, man. Like when people, one time I went on a ski trip with some family friends, right? And they had this tiny little dog. And the problem of people not training their dogs, obviously it's worse when the dog is, something like a pit bull and could actually do damage to people. But I find that people with small, tiny little dogs are less likely to train them because they don't think they need to. Yeah. Because they're small and harmless. So you get stuff like, okay, I was on the ski trip, right? And I saw all these like pads on the ground. And I'm like, what the hell is that? And they're like, oh, it's a pee pad for so-and-so's dog. And I'm like, why don't you just take it outside? And it's like, oh, they just like let it pee on those. I'm just like, fuck. And I almost chimped out. I was so annoyed. I was like, I was going to throw them out and be like, no, you need to take your dog outside, but I restrained myself because I'm like, that's disgusting.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Like if you live in an apartment complex in New York, and you're on like the 30th fucking floor. First of all,
that's one thing.
what like maybe
These
don't own a
people
dog, but
weren't.
like yeah,
So there's that.
like I do have like not to say that my family dogs are the best trained animals in the world, right? But like they're big.
They're not biting your ankles
No, they're
constantly
not
while you're trying to work.
They don't bite ankles or anything. They're pretty chill animals, right? But one of the
They're
things,
just big and they sometimes knock things over on accident.
yeah, well, one of the biggest problems that I have when I used to walk them around, right, is that like there are a lot of small dogs in that neighborhood, and people just like let their small dogs go absolutely crazy, barking at my Great Dane and my
Yeah.
95-pound husky Akita mix, right? And when another dog is barking at them, they want to go over and play and investigate, and they're like, oh, it's still going, and like the people with the small dogs will sit there and just go, oh, shush, stop, you're crazy, oh, just stop it, Delilah, stop doing that, right? Like, and it's just like, what the fuck, like, stop the dog. Like, stop doing that. Either keep
Yeah.
like pull your dog along and keep walking. Is like the other thing is like you're walking the opposite direction, right? But they'll just stop and let their dogs sit there and bark the whole time.
Yeah.
And it's like we'll make the effort to keep moving, and they'll just sit there and let the dog keep going nuts. It's like, no, pull the dog, let's go, move it along, distract it.
Yeah.
Like I have to distract mine. You do the same. Come on.
Yeah. Yeah. And learning, as we just did, that James Gunn has a very, very poorly behaved dog that he just doesn't bother to train. And then he has just plopped that character trait right on top of Superman and has no real idea why anyone would find it off-putting. I would say that's very telling. Just say it's just very revealing of how a lot of the character choices for Superman were arrived at in this film.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It makes
Train your dogs.
Train your dogs.
Train your dog.
Train your dog, James.
Listen. There's sympathy. We can have sympathy. It's not easy to do. Not everyone has the right personality type temperament to do it naturally. You got to work at it sometimes. Sometimes, my dog is a rescue. We got him when he was 3 years old. So there are a lot of traits built into him that are kind of a little hard to get rid of. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
he's a pretty well-behaved dog. Very good with people. He's not biting people's ankles, and like because Crypto in this movie is literally biting Superman's ankles, and he's like destroying things and knocking things over and being really annoying to Superman in particular. And at first, I was like, oh, this is Superman's dog, and he just hasn't trained him at all. That doesn't reflect well on him. Ultimately, the movie softens it slightly when it's revealed that this is actually Supergirl's dog. And so that reflects poorly on her character mostly. But I feel like you would want still the dog to be better behaved around Superman because he just sort of commands authority. Right?
Yeah. Wouldn't
Isn't
that
that
be
what
nice?
you would do? Wouldn't that be what you want? Because the dogs like that, you get like poorly behaved dogs, where their owners just let them get away with whatever. And then they go to a dog trainer and the dog trainer just gives them like one like kind of harsh command and they go, oh, okay, and they sit down. It's like, because like they actually respond, to body language and people who just command a certain amount of authority and respect in the way they carry themselves. You would kind of hope Superman just does that because he's Superman.
No.
No.
You.
Oh,
have you considered Palestine? But yeah. Well, that's about sums up my thoughts, I think.
Yeah, Dr. Tiddler said this has become a very cathartic complaining session. Well, I'm glad to hear that. A lot of complaints to be had about this movie and the current state of Hollywood. But I do think there are some things to be optimistic about. I think tides are turning in what hopefully could be an overall better direction. But, people will have to work hard and do really good work to bring that about. It's not just going to happen, you know? So we'll see what happens. I think there's a certain degree to which things, could continue will probably get worse before they get better. But as per the usual, I'm a long-term optimist, if a short-term pessimist. So, I would like the movie industry to do well. I would like to see, especially, it doesn't have to be comic book movies, but I would like to see better stories about heroism and virtue and bravery and all that sort of fun stuff. So I think this movie, though it is very poorly written, is in some sense a very, very, very tiny step in the right direction, away from the worst of the worst. It's not really enough to get praise out of me, but it is worth noticing that it could have been much worse. I suppose you could say that.
Yeah, I liked Nathan Fillion.
There's some stuff that was like, that was kind of funny, or that could have been an interesting idea. So it could get worse. Blank face says, "I love complaining." Yes, as do we.
Yes,
I love it.
The whole foundation of our channel actually is based on that premise. Yeah, at least we can say that the Snyder Bros will not get their wish. This movie may not become a massive financial success, but Zack will not be back. He's done.
No, Zack will not be back. That we can say pretty comfortably.
And that is a step in the right direction, I would say.
Kevo says Caesar Milan is more respectable than Superman. Honestly, if it was just Caesar Milan in the costume going and he's like, you need the dog to show you respect.
Holy shit! If he was a Kryptonian dog trainer, like he somehow managed to escape, right? And then Superman's like, "Wow, hey, do you think you could take a listen to this recording? By the way, just I don't know, just translate it for me roughly. If you think would that be all right? I just have a question.
You need to show dominance." Donald's Angry says, "Did you see the Zelda and Dread news?" Yeah, so let's talk about that briefly.
Yes.
All I know about Zelda, I know that it's coming. Isn't it coming from Colin Trevorrow, or it's someone that was involved in Jurassic World? So it's probably going to be written like absolute.
I don't know. Shit. All I know is that there is a subsection of the internet that is really upset that the one trans actor from Euphoria did not get cast as Zelda. And then there's another subsection of the internet that's very happy that didn't happen. So they're at each other's throats in the comments.
That they actually cast a boy and a girl in those parts.
Yes.
And so that's something that actually fits really nicely into what we were just talking about in terms of they avoided doing the really divisive thing that nobody wanted. So I suppose that's something. Yes, Derek Connolly, one of the writers for this new Zelda movie, also wrote Jurassic World Dominion and Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom and Jurassic World, and a story by credit for Star Wars Episode 9: The Rise of Skywalker. So that movie's going to be awful, unfortunately.
Lord, that's rough. Yeah.
So we can look forward to that, but at least at least they didn't make the most obviously annoying and controversial casting choice you could have possibly made, which is what a lot of people were calling for.
Well, I mean, after the Snape from the Harry Potter Snape news and the pushing of the I did hear also that Harry Potter, the Warner Brothers show, is tossing around the idea of also casting a black man as Voldemort. So I find it very interesting that all the villains, all the villains, the villains who hate mudbloods and everything. Just
God, that would be so funny if they did that. I have no intention of ever watching that show when it comes out, but it's just it's kind of funny.
I might. We'll see how. Just because I want to see.
And then the Dread news, which I think people were obviously they were reacting with horror, I think appropriately, is that Taika Waititi is trying to direct a new Dredd movie, Judge Dredd movie. Exactly.
Oh,
But I think what a lot of people maybe didn't quite catch in the news about that is that he's shopping it around. No studio has actually like picked that up yet. It's just a thing. It's one of many things that hasn't even been greenlit yet. It's just like there's a rumor that he's trying to do that. But I think people were right to react with like, "Oh God, please no, don't do that." Um, so maybe any studio execs hearing these pitches will also see the audience reaction online and go, you know what?
yeah, maybe
Maybe
Taika,
we're
maybe
not
go
gonna.
back to directing Homes.com commercials.
uh,
So I also wanted to mention real quick before I talk about Blankface's newest super chat, which again, Jesus, thank you very much for keeping us afloat today. There has been I think the rumors of Hunter Schafer, the trans actress from Euphoria, being cast as Zelda was rumor and fan speculation that kind of went out of control when Twitter got a hold of it. The
mhm.
backlash to it has been a little bit like, I mean, it's been a little ridiculous, right? Like the idea of like, oh, I'm really
Meaner than
glad,
necessary, that's for sure.
yeah. Oh wow, this person looks like a man. It's like no, Hunter Schafer actually does kind of look like that version of Zelda that everybody put her next to, right? So like,
Yeah,
it,
but
it,
that's not the
but that's
only.
not the yeah. That's
We would hire more cosplayers if that's how it worked.
yeah, exactly. Um, and then
And I
blank
just
faces.
think, I mean, you're trying to make a Legend of Zelda movie for a broad family-oriented audience. That's just a mistake to do. Just you
Yeah,
know what I mean? Like there's no good reason to do that as far as I'm concerned. There are plenty of people that can play that part. It's just you're inviting controversy and backlash that is not necessary at all for no good reason, I would argue. It's not
yeah,
worth it. Don't bother.
exactly.
Um
But then Blankface says, "How awkward are all the scenes of James Potter bullying Snape going to be in this new story?" Is like,
oh,
yeah,
very
well,
awkward.
very awkward. And then also in the first season, before we even get to that, the isn't like the main plot point of the Sorcerer's Stone that Harry just has a inherent distrust of Snape and thinks he's out to steal the Sorcerer's Stone. I think he's going to steal it. Why do you think that, Harry? Just trust me. Just trust me, okay?
I just have a gut feeling
I
about
just have
this.
a really bad, like, it's just something about the way he looks. You know, he just look. Whoa, what? He looks villainous. He's greasy, and
Look what he's wearing.
look what he's wearing. It's purple.
It's purple. Yeah. Periwinkle says, I do not want anyone to play a live action Zelda. I don't want a live action Zelda of almost any stylized video game. Yeah, I think that's the other thing worth mentioning is that it's kind of dumb to do Zelda in live action at all. You should probably just do it in an animated movie like you did with Super Mario. That just seems like the obvious choice, but whatever. They got the Jurassic World guy to write a live action Zelda, so enjoy that, everyone.
And apparently, Michael Waldron is writing the new Avengers script, so Multiverse of Madness like didn't end.
That was just really a question of me not knowing what to do with the second
script.
act.
Yeah, and it's just a question of me not knowing what to do. Any of it. Yeah,
Yeah, so that's fun. Yeah, those are all going to be terrible. I mean, so we talked a lot about DC on the stream. We have not talked at all about Marvel, and I think it's because it's kind of obvious that they've shown no signs of doing anything differently, and everything they do in the foreseeable future is going to be hot garbage. I mean, like
that
it's like
Fantastic Four movie looks like such shit, dude.
it doesn't look particularly good. No, it looks like it's going to suck. Doomsday, I'm positive will suck. There's no way it won't. I hate to be that that like categorical about it, but I just see no way in hell that they make a good movie anytime in the foreseeable future based on anything that they've said about what they're doing going forward. So it didn't even come up in the whole conversation because it just seems obvious that they're not doing anything right. So
Fantastic
you
Four
know.
is going to be a triumph. Let's see. What is it?
Don't you the Thunderbolts? Don't you mean the new
Yeah,
Avengers?
the new Avengers. I thought it was called the new Avengers.
Please don't dead name those characters, please.
Don't
They're the new
detonate that
Avengers.
superhero team.
Here's hoping the opening scene in Doomsday is a montage of him killing 90% of the cameos. Here's hoping the movie just doesn't even come out. That they just go, you know what? The tax
you know what?
write-off.
Actually, maybe it would be better if we didn't.
Well,
yeah. Well, I think.
I
unless you
think
have anything else
that's
to-
enough for this particular meandering rant about the film industry and where it's going and where it's been and where it is right now. Thank you all very much for joining us. This is a fun, lively conversation. Thank you for all the fine contributions in chat and for all the super chats. We very much appreciate them. We had a lot of them today, and we really appreciate that. Thank you for joining us to complain about all this stuff. Because, it's fun to do that from time to time. Let it all out, you know what I mean? I hope you all have a great week. I don't know exactly what we'll be covering next, but we will be here next Sunday.
We will be
that
here.
We can guarantee. What we will talk about, I don't know yet, but we'll figure it out, and we'll let you know. I'll let you know on Twitter when we know what we're going to be watching, in case it's something you need to watch and have some time in advance to make sure that happens. Like I said, thank you very much for joining us. Hugh, unless you had anything you wanted to add in here, I think this would be a good
thank
place.
you very much. Get home
wrap it up.
safe. Don't touch alcohol. That's the real punk rock, is being sober and abstinent. So,
Jesus was the real punk
Jesus
rocker.
was the original punk rocker.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Think
Take
about
care,
that.
everyone.
Take that to the bank. Thanks, friends. I hope you have a good one. Goodbye. Toodaloo. Sayonara. Hasta la vista, baby.